Salutation, darlings. Qiaoying here, bringing you some more Genshin Impact. Now featuring the door. Ah, yes. Don't mind that, that's a feature. Ah, yes. So, there's been a new update, as you may or may not have heard. Or depending on when you're watching this, might be old pants by now. But either way, for me at least, I am very low on water. Anyhow, for me at least, it's a shiny new domain to explore, and I think I somehow, very accidentally, stumbled straight into a quest line. So I was like, well, that just won't do. And I was like, wait, I could stream it. And so here we are, waiting in the void for the void to be done and over with. Ah, yes, because this is especially fun. Ah, yes, words. Yeah, this is hopefully going to be especially fun because, as far as I'm aware, we're getting close to Lantern Rite again. And Lantern Rite is and has always been a fun time to just see the characters of Leo away. Just all together. Ah, yes, Geo taking its time. Pyro, Hydro, Animo, Electro, Dendro, Cryo, and Geo. All ending with O. Welcome. One's name is Fujin, the local adeptus, and this is the tiny little teapot realm one calls home for now. Huh? We were still in the mountains just now. How did we suddenly end up? One invited you to come as guests, yet failed to sufficiently explain beforehand. Such behavior was careless, and one begs for your forgiveness. I'm not sure this counts as an invitation, that's all. So, did you just swoosh all? So, did you just swoosh all visitors to Chenyu Vale in here like this? Of course not. Many come and go from Qiaoying Vale, but it was only in light of your incredible company with the local spirit veins that I chose to invite the two of you, Qiaoying and Paimon. You know us? Your names were carried here by the fish that swam. I have long anticipated your visit. It's a hey fish, 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 fish. It's a pity that it is now not quite convenient. Else I would have invited you to a tea tasting banquet. Speaking of which, I am quite sorry, but I have a request to make of you. Please speak. Thank you. I presume the two of you have heard of the tea village of Chenyu Vale, Qiaoying Village. This land has been famous for its cool, fragrant waters since ancient times. These people are of gentle character, and the pristine pebbles in its streams are exquisite. I hear a but incoming. Precisely. The waters and soil of Chenyu Vale have begun to change recently. This has the scent of its as has the scent of its tea. Qiaoying village will inevitably decline should this persist. One hopes that you too can resolve this disharmony of the soil and water on one's behalf. The water veins are spread across the mountains, but my power is no longer sufficient, nor is the present nor is the present a good time for me to move about. Thus I must rely on your kindness and aid. We weren't exactly experts when it comes to dealing with soil and water. Aren't exactly experts. Is there a problem that Zorwing can just solve by resorting to gratuitous violence? Just as I heard. You're quite direct, but fret not. You're clever by nature. I trust that you shall get to the heart of any problems you might encounter. Yep, I got it. No worries. Well then, allow me to share some of the adeptal energy dwelling in the mortal world with you. A Zorwing to aid you in your travels, the landscape, and piercing the fog. Oh, right. It's nice to meet you. I mean, welcome to this place. That is to say, welcome to Chenyu Vale. Thanks, though we were really just passing through. I'm really sorry, but I was quite looking forward to meeting you face to face, and was rather hoping you two would be magnanimous enough to forgive the impropriety. Yes, now that you've been indwelt with my adeptal energy, Azorwing, things will become much more convenient. Now please try the wonders of said energy for yourself. May glimpse wondrous pearls of water scattered in the wilds of Chenyu Vale that have absorbed errant adeptal energy. Now float. Use adeptal energy granted by fame to briefly transform into a golden carp and fish. Transform into a golden carp fish and enter them. Okay. Once you're inside the pearls of water, you can go anywhere you please. You can hold the jump button to leave vertically. This way, you can choose across the mountains and forests with ease, just like the golden carp fish in legends of yore.
There's no such thing as pure freedom in this world. Even the wind cannot blow on forever.
Yeah. So basically, like with this place, I just took like one look at the map, and I teleported here, and I ended up way over here. Huh. I thought that was so cool. It's like, oh yeah, these places are really close by. You don't just get to Fontaine through Sumeru. You can also get there through Leeway. It's like, well, this area is all watery. There's like a cliff here full of water. Guess we'll find out. I was always thinking that these two areas would connect, but yeah, this one works too. And then there's this whole area, which who knows what they'll put there, if anything. And then this. Let's see, what other areas? You can argue something could go there. Well, something can go here. That's all. I mean, they just have this all ocean. Why can't we swim out into the ocean? In here? Good. I forgot something important. If you see a golden... Can you hear me? I do believe so. My game is thinking very hard right now. Game is thinking very hard. So many thoughts are in this game's mind. Oh, I'm out. That doesn't think we'll get far investigating the watery soil. Let's head to Kunsen Village first. Let's try the road to power. It's a world quest. I have a ways to go. Temporary break free from the Earth's shackles.
There's no need to exchange pleasantries. It's rather the wind rises.
Give me a moment. I need to. Okay, so it's this one. Home. Delete that. Alright. Shrink that down. Now that I know this is running all fine and dandy like.
Too slow. Quit following me.
I'm sorry, Turtle. Huh. 1%. That's not what I did. 1%. That's just like a line. They're like, da, 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 da. Ah, yes. Gone are the days of this sparsely pop. Well, nah, teleport markers are decently laid out, but still. It's like how there's none at Dawn Winery. But to be fair, it's like in a weird. Dawn Winery is an exception. My map is so cluttered. Can I? Huh? Tortle?
And Shroud! Yeah. Surrender!
Positions. Yeah.
Hold on, I'm wearing it down.
All my strength.
Huh? This looks like a very, like, done Tortle. Tortle. Yeah, for sure. Let's do this. Qiaoying's Blessing of Sunken Jade. If you will give me a moment. Let's see. Wait, no. That's one hell of a name. Chenyu's Blessing of Sunken Jade. Qiaoying of the Sacred Mountain. Yep. That works. Skill carving is Ooh, these are garden to leave. Maybe a stone carving for some reason looks so too carefree. Curious, what was it molded after? Listen to their languid words and put them back in the correct places, but remember, not all stone carvings will return to their original positions willingly. Such depthful energy. Okay, but where does this thing go? I mean, if anything, that one seemed... Yeah, that one seems to have been in its correct place? Question mark? Must be food. This one is bad nature. I'm gonna be trade.
For you.
Greetings from afar, but we just keep walking this road. You are? We are. There's a lot of jobs here now. We're in business every day. So is it family? Well, this is a good idea to financially send you the road. Thank you for it's darkening. Makes your people everyone drive your face rather than they look to you and make most of their days. How are things lately? It's a long story. For some reason, the first harvest this year is yellower than usual and didn't fetch a good price. Villagers have money guarantees, and we need to figure out what happened as soon as possible.
Squall and fury.
Finally, you're here. Is something the matter? Oh, you, young lady. You are the daughter of the Feiyun Commerce Guild's manager. Strange, all the rumors I heard spoke of a young master. Ah. No, not quite. Oh my, so you are the Commerce Guild's young lady. My apologies, I was considering your only wondrously fashionable attire, and your flying companion, your conduct too, so unlike ours. I assume that you must come from Leo Harbor to discuss matters with us. Leo, I am servant, and in all the village call you Grandpa Lou. Apologize, I must. Recent years have not been kind, and not even the tea to treat. I have not even the tea to treat you. Do as guests. The adept, I will certainly not be satisfied with the tea ceremony this year. Grandpa Lou, the stuff you aren't those tea leaves? The quality is far too lacking. How could I possibly serve such things to you, my guests? Speaking honestly, we are waiting for someone from the Commerce Guild, for we must discuss with them the tea leaf problem. They are our biggest customers, after all. The crux of the matter is that this batch of tea is simply unsatisfactory, whether it be in terms of taste or quantity. An open secret amongst tea merchants, old Lou. The village chief has also decided that no tea may be sold until the quality problem is solved. I've heard that the young master of the Commerce Guild is exceptionally smart and skilled. If he had caught wind that this year's tea harvest was lacking in both quality and quantity, I thought he would come in person, if not send someone here. So here I will wait. Anyway, the problem with the tea leaves, I believe it lies with the soil. The problem with the soil? Indeed, I have lived here my whole life and worked with tea since I was but a wee lad, and can notice problems that others may miss, as I see it, and many Adeptus Fujin bless us. And may Adeptus Fujin bless us. There must be an imbalance in our soil and water. Adeptus Fujin? Oh, so you've also heard the tale. It's quite rare, and even among locals, few remember. Many, many years ago, Qiaoying village was nothing but a barren hill. Terrifying demons dwelt here, and it was all thanks to Adeptus Fujin that the demons were defeated and the tea leaves were planted, allowing our ancestors to come live here. But if it's really a problem with the water and soil, then I don't know what we can do about it. Actually, that's exactly what we've been asked to come investigate. Oh, so does that mean you believe me, young lady? Yes, I believe you. Is that so? Then that makes things easy. Come, I'll bring the tea leaf samples, and let's go have a talk with old Lou. Something wrong, Grandpa Lou? Young ladies, if it isn't too much trouble, could you pretend you're from the famed Commons Guild when we're meeting with Old Lou? Well, Chief Lou is a good person, but how to put this? He puts more trust in merchants, cultivation techniques, fertilizers, and things like that. I'd mentioned an imbalance of soil and water before, and we parted on bad terms. But it was a young lady from the Faring's Commons Guild. I guess I'll give it a try. Doesn't seem like a good plan to Paimon. Ah, yeah, don't worry. Even if he sees through it, it's nobody's idea but mine. None of the blame shall fall on you. Let's go. Alright. When can we pet the cats, Genshin? When can we pet the cats, Genshin?
Quit following me.
Truly a pretty place. Oh. When can we pet the dogs, Genshin? Anything just felt nice. Yes, there were visitors. Is a distinguished guest. Goat? Chenyu Adepti. I require at least 5 goats. Huh?
Keep up.
Here!
Yeah. Futile. Behold.
I will say,
One with yeah.
of all places that we've been to,
Surrender.
Positions!
The wind rises.
of all places that we've been to, this does seem to have, at least in Liyue, this does seem to have like some of the greenest grass I've ever seen.
Too slow. Quit following me.
Sir Pouncelot. Use fish seeds from Sir Pouncelot's mouth. Yeah. Actually, a root. A scratch on the dog's head and it looks like it was made by a cat's claws. I feel so many levels.
I'm going right home and getting a drink.
Bah! Seriously. What ran away? Clown, clown! See ya, silly. Birds can talk. Haha! Ignorant birds have words. Who said not? And now I'm ticked off. Wah, wah, bullhead, bullhead! See ya, silly. Goodbye. See ya, see ya! Giant bah. Ah, Dum dum, sing to the earth, drink to the deserve. feel like I had a better conversation talking with the bird. Oh. Puppy. Oops, let's go somewhere that way. Okay. We're heading in the right direction.
Behold!
Spirit carp. Oh, joy. I do mean it well enough.
Huh?
Oh, hello.
Let me help you pack this up.
Huh. Oh, a pineapple slice. Pineapple slice number 124.
Let's go out and play.
Squall and fury.
With all my strength. Yeah. Hip.
Pity.
Let's go gather some samples.
This place is decorated very interestingly.
Quit following me.
Just a little childish desire to just reach out and grab a leaf. Uncle Lou, this batch still isn't any good. They're not fragrant enough when you dry them, and they get so dry and brittle that you can't even put them in the roller. Even the one that survived the secondary process come out the other end a complete disaster. Are you sure it isn't a problem with the machine? Are you sure you haven't forgotten how to operate it? What a thing to say. How could we dare be so careless with you looking over our shoulders? How could you indeed? Ah, Grandpa Lou. Jin, get back to work. And is this this respectable-looking young miss is? I'm the young one. Yes. Discipline. I am the young lady of Friends Commons Guild. Just a common sense young lady. Smile who will suffice. Call her Mini Pie. Yes, that's it. Call me Mini Pie. Oh, in that case, welcome. A guest like you is a rare treat indeed. We have been quite reliant on the assistance of the Commerce Guild for a year, but as for what happened this year, I suspect you have already heard about it. What's wrong? You're looking pretty miserable. Did Jun mess up at work again? You're mocking me again. My apologies, dear guest. Normally I would invite guests from afar to sample our new teas, but this year's batch, well, you know. No need to stand on ceremony, Chief Leo. We are here to help. Yeah, the young lady is very concerned about the tea leaves. There's no need to be so tied up with formalities. Very well then. To tell the truth, this batch of tea leaves is no good either. They can't be dried, and I can't tell if they were bad when they were picked or if this is a problem with the machine in our workshop. How is that difficult? Why not just use some of the older leaves you have in stock and see if the product you get from drying them is any different? If the product is normal, then you know it isn't a problem with the machine. Seriously, I told you before. Forget it. As we have important guests to present, we will give your method a try. Jin, do we have any fresh tea leaves remaining from older batches? There's some in the warehouse. What's up? What's up? What's up? Oh, good one. We've been talking here for a good long while now, and you weren't listening to a single word, were you? Gold fetch some of the older batches and process it along with some of the newer stuff that Grandpa Lou brought using the machine. Don't you dare skip a single step. I'll be watching you. After a bit, he brings 2 batches of freshly dried tea. How about this? I see our 2 guests are quite young. They might prefer snacks to tea tasting. Why not turn these 2 batches into tea cakes? The quality of each will be evident with a single taste. What do you think, old Lou? Agreed. We'll do just that, Jin. Listen up. Take the 2 batches of tea leaves and make them into 2 different tea cakes, one from each batch. Don't you dare get a single leaf mixed up. Yes, sir, Uncle Lo. You want me to mix them all into one cake? I can't even. He's gotta be poking fun at him. Hiya, sorry for the long wait. We've got both tea cakes here. Let's try them one at a time, shall we? Well, how's the taste? First one tasted a bit strange, but the second one was different. I agree. The tea cakes made from the tea we had in stock taste fine. Alright, you win. According to you, the tea processing machinery is fine. In other words, the problem is with the tea itself. The new batch of tea is just not as good as before. So the water and soil? But perhaps it's the cauldron that's the problem. It's old and in disrepair, which must have offended the adeptus, causing the tea to deteriorate. No, it's the soil and water. It's the elements that nourish the soil of the... Enough. Let's get to the technician in charge of the tea cauldron here and first. It's that Fontanian, the one from the Fontaine Research Institute. Hot. What's its name again? Oh, such name to pronounce. Jen, go get her. Jen! Just word of that lazy low first. Gone to this time. Brainless nitwit. I was going to have him go to the Yunglong Wharf and search for our technician. Would you specifically need someone from Fontaine to fix it? Well, whether in Liyue or Fontaine, most things powered by elemental energy work more or less the same principle, yeah? If a Fontainian engineer can fix it, so can our Thaumaturans. It just so happens that this Miss Haute Moon Tan Yi likes to travel around Liyue, pass through here every so often, and loves to offer her services. So as for this round of tea cauldron maintenance, well, let's leave it to her. So you see, honored guests, I'm truly sorry, but I need to trouble you to Yunglong Wharf and find our technician, Miss Moon Yan Yi. It's more likely that she's found herself a show there that she can't tear her eyes off of. How could you possibly dare ask your guests to do such a thing? Oh, believe, misunderstand me. Our honored guests already had business to attend to at Yulong Wharf, and it would just be passing along a message on their way. It's nothing really. Is that so? Is it so? It would seem to be so. I'm truly sorry. Then if you would, honored guest, Odelu, I leave it to you to accompany them. Thanks for your hard work. He scared old Lou so much he was jumping at his own shadow. You mentioned earlier that you're here to investigate the water and soil, right? Best to head over to Qiaoying Wolf then. It's not far from the headwaters there, and the rim left by the depth dive along that way. So if you're looking for clues, there's your best bet. As for passing a message to Oat Moon Hanyi, goodness gracious, I'm just calling her Oat Moon. Please lend a hand, would you? Give Omlu some peace of mind so he doesn't worry himself to death. For the young lady, 'tis but a trifling matter. Hey, why are you still acting? The show's over, and Paimon just realized. What's with the mini pie anyway? Anyway, just leave it to us. You can rest easy, Grandpa Lou. Such great kids you are. Really great kids. Oh, right. I noticed you two really enjoyed the tea cake. Why don't I teach you the recipe? Next time you come by some quality tea leaves, you'll be able to make some for yourselves. In any case, safe travels. Be careful on mountain paths, and mind you don't slip. We've been getting tea leaves here, there, and everywhere.
Too slow.
Yes. Why are the tea leaves so
Quit
awful?
following me.
All these randos seem to be stepping on the tea leaves at every chance they can. Truly. Alright. Okay.
Behold!
For you. How about we explore the area ahead of us later?
I'm like, wait, is that? Hold on. Yeah, that's Storm Terror's lair. I love when that happens. You're just somewhere. Just because you wandered off the beaten path. Oh, well, it's a bit hard to see from here exactly. There it is.
Squall and Fury.
I think we can forego the lost and found report.
Huh? A golden cart. Seems quite similar to the Devil energy that was granted this, don't you think? Well, rude.
Can't see?
Here. Yeah.
Yeah. Nowhere to run. Cha! Ka!
Fish. And sorrowing, my mon, you are indeed brilliant as expected. Upon seeing my displaced adeptal energy, he immediately understood the situation. Of course, we're super duper experienced adventurers, you know. Still, why didn't you say anything sooner? You didn't just forget, did you? I love her face. Should not the path of the Adepti be full of challenges? 'Tis merely a test of your wisdom. Call me the master test taker. Speaking of which, just what's the problem with the soil and water you mentioned before? Grandpa Lou was also sure this was behind the deterioration quality of the tea leaves. Yes, you too have seen Qiaoying Village. Should the quality and quantity of tea leaves continue to decline, so will the village, until finally, in the years to come, it degenerates back into what it was a millennia before, a desolate mountain forest. I'm sure this isn't Hyrule? It's true. The Lord of Geo would not stand idly by as disaster fell, where the sky to collapse. The conqueror of demons and other adepti would do their utmost to support it, should the waters of the Yellow Wharf breach the dikes and flood Liyue Harbor, would aid the villages. And without tea, this stretch of mountain wood, or Qiaoying Village, rather, would lose its very reason to exist in human eyes. That makes sense when you put it like that. Paimon understands. So, are you two willing to help me correct the imbalance of the water and soil? What do you say, Mini Pie? Who the heck is Mini Pie? Never heard that name before. But Paimon wants to help Justice Fusion and Qiaoying Village. When she thinks about such delicious tea cakes being lost forever just because there's no good tea, it would be such a big shame, wouldn't it? Yes, that's excellent. Yes, that's excellent. Your willingness is commendable, and one is quite grateful to you both. Now, back to business. When it comes to how you resolve the disharmony of this in the soil and water, one is indebted to you. One is indeed aware of what to do. First, you must go up against the currents and seek the jade treasures thrown into the waters, and in the end, we must perform an ancient rain jade rite once more, dispelling the miasma that has settled over the mountains and fields into the rivers and restoring the water veins and soil. Okay, got it. But how do we do the ritual? Adeptus Fungen, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. As for the ritual, it is still a bit early for that. Well then, we'll see each other later. And she's gone. According to her, we need to go against the current. That just means upstream, right? Hey, that's the same direction as we will morph. Let's go. Oh.
Wow, what a lovely surprise.
Bird.
Yeah. Sia. Ra.
Really?
Sia. Ra. Sia. Yeah. I think we can forego the lost and found report.
just a quick moment over here. Better sooner than later because the day is almost about to turn over. It really has to take its time loading. Normally, I would have already stopped by one of these places already, but I've only been where you've seen me. Prepare for any weather conditions.
Surrender!
Behold! Too slow.
Add Ash. Thank you for. Add Ash.
One of the things that surprised me is that I was out of eggs. Like, how do I even run out of that many eggs? I'm like, it was blue, wasn't it? I was not paying attention. God damn it. T. Here we go. Find T full moon. Okay. And it requires eggs. I can make 5 out of 15. "13 minutes." Okay, so it doesn't teleport you to the physically closer location, which would have been in Mondstadt. It teleports you to the main hub of the region. We were like right there. Gosh darn. Oh well. I'll just... Ah, yes. Also, audio is normal. Yep. I'm like, it's been sounding normal. Always better safe than sorry.
The wind rises.
Actually, being back here. To be fair, coming around here and collecting tea leaves is one of those things where you do it every once in a while, but not like every day. I love it.
Too slow. Quit following me. Unnecessary.
May not see it. Sorry, little one.
Behold! Huh. You even want this? Squall and Fury.
What? What? The stone formation with the critical positions in the formation west, north, and east. West, north, and east. West, north, and east. West. West. That one was east. Then north. Oh, you're kidding me. So that was it's meant when they're like, not all
For you.
will be so kind. No kidding, not all of them were kind. That little bastard. Affection.
Behold! Too slow. Squall and Fury. Quit following me. One with the Force. Rah! Sia! I'll uproot you! Futile! Can't see? Yeah! Sia! Search for it! Yeah! Ja! Ja! Yeah! Rah! Yeah! Nowhere to run!
Wealth is the foundation on which civilization is built.
Oh, I do need to go that way.
Yeah. Rah.
I think we can forego the lost and found report.
Not quite as high as it could
Yeah.
go. Oh, it's as high as the fish could go, yes. Well, I do wonder what's over there. Okay. Mm, Okay.
Yeah.
Box to our storage and very calm demeanor. You must be one of those been there, done that experts and been just about everywhere, right? I've really gotten around that much myself. I tend to stop pretty frequently while traveling, so I've only seen a few Qing Vale's most famous sights. Today is my final stoppage. Is my final stop on my trip, and I heard that burning incense cleans are super lucky, but I'm pretty scared of heights, so I might need to ask someone to go there for me. Hope it won't be too expensive. Stone. There's a stone hanging over a cliff, and I'm down head of the crane. If you like one at the sensor there, the dip will hear it works every time. Trust me on that. Bruh. Jeez. When you guys lost composure, as soon as we'll plan this way for proxy service. Brings up 2 cups of tea. When you'll get a wish that will come true, not a bad deal, right? You're also leaving the crane at Diptide? Good question. I once had the same doubt. Actually, I asked him after how he just said that all the Diptide can protect the people, or could it that the Diptide can protect the people, or could a Diptide, whether they could be carp, crane, or deer. So I stopped thinking about it. After all, they're just legends. No one knows if they're real or fabricated. But since bringing good luck, that's all that matters. Bruh. Okay.
Hip.
feel like the being able to pop up.
Wow, what a lovely surprise.
Okay, I did get stuff. Anyway, I feel like the being able. It will be harder than that to get to Celestia. I kind of figured you can only do 3. Can I just say, well, aside from there's Fontaine, this place is beautiful. Proud illuminated beast once roamed freely in the wild, among the wild mountains. Looking down disdainfully at other life, to this day it remains concealed in fog, driving away all outsiders who dare encroach upon its territory with wild mists and furious waves.
Relaxing days like this are nice. Let's take it easy. Let me help you pack this up. For you.
Though I don't understand it the least, I still think it's amazing. Just watching her standing there singing or singing or sing, well, singing or sing. Stand there singing or sing while walking around, or sing while just sitting, and then sing when she lifts her hand and slowly lets it fall, all while ceaselessly singing. I really don't know what just kind of magical power the old lady has, babbling gently and singing and reciting and crying. I haven't got a clue to what she's saying, but it's amazing. Little Mao, can you understand? That's just how opera singing is. And if there weren't fight scenes later, that old dude who could do it 88 flips and tricks, riveting stuff. Yeah, it's great. Just a shame that I don't understand a thing. A whole bunch of people fighting and jumping all over the place, all super flashy and such. One-on-one, several fighting each other, 5 or 6 taking turns. It's just almost addictive. Hello, we were looking for a technician from Fontaine. Chief Lu and Grandpa Lu said, what name did they give us again? Oat Moon Tanyi. Yep, that sounds like Grandpa Lu's and you, alright? Oh my god. just, just call me Hoot at Just call me Hoot Monteghini. I'm a researcher for the Fontaine Research Institute. Hi, I'm the young lady of the Community Comics Guild. Alright, that's enough acting. Are you alright? Yep, our young lady is. Wait, that's not right. Excuse you. I'm a lady, indeed. She's a Zorwing and Paimon's Paimon. Anyway, it was Grandpa Luce and I was looking for you. Mrs. Zorwing, Miss Paimon, hello. I am Little Mao, a friend of mountains. Ah, yes, that's what my name means. It's Hatu Montague. can be a bit hard to pronounce, so I asked little Mao to just call me that. Really? Quite interesting there. How'd you two meet? It was quite fortuitous. Last year I went to the mountains in the south for a spell and got lost in the fog. A huge beast the size of Cal-Intis lutis was glaring at me, and I thought I was done for. But just then, a little kid shouted at me. I A little kid shouted at me. I followed the sound through the mist and got out and was saved. Otherwise, I would have been eaten. Just like that. And my family in Fontaine wouldn't have even been able to claim compensation on my account. I know more about what goes on in the mountains than the grown-ups. Is that so? You're amazing, little man. Tim Montague, Grandpa Lou, and Chief Lou are looking for you. Alright, I got it. I'll be there in a jiffy. All the shows here are just too good. I ended up watching several, one right after the other, and now my legs have fallen asleep. But I can't just understand a word. What sorts of stories are they telling? It's about how way back when a huge carp and a monster from the mountains fought. You kill me, I kill you story. In the end, everyone dies. That's a pretty concise summary. But don't talk about killing and dying so much, little now. If you think about that kind of stuff too often, you might become a villain when you grow up. Since those in Queening Village are waiting on me, it's time to go. See you all later. Let's go watch the shows here again. When you're about to head back to Fontaine. Okay, now that we've solved that puzzle, we can go back to this. How about you? What are you two going to do? To be honest, we're not quite sure how to explain it. The water and soil in Chenyu Vale are kind of out of whack, and we need to cure them for everything in Chenyu Vale to get better. I get it. Miss Paimon's trying to say that we need to restore nature. Huh? That's right. You're really amazing, little Mo. You got it right away. Restoring nature, and you say. Did someone talk to you about that? That's right. A friend who's always taking care of told me. She wants to restore nature too. If we restore nature, everything will get better. So I want to help too. She also told me about you two. Oh, so you've seen her too? You and your friend? Of course, silly Miss Paimon. How could we be friends if I've never seen her? Fair point. That makes things easier. Actually, we want to. Paimon, remember, we want to find jade treasures in the water, and then do some rain jade right. But even though we've come upstream, we still haven't found any clues. I know. Come with me. I'll show you where to look. What? Really? That easy? Little Mao, your friend wants to restore nature, right? Yeah, she told me a lot that of stories from Qiaoying Village became Qiaoying Village and how the tea trees came to be and more. She said that things will get worse and worse in Qiaoying Village if the natural order isn't restored. Oh, looks like we're on the same page then. Oh, Mao, you just said you knew where we could find leads, right? Yeah, I don't know if it'll help, but when you mentioned jade treasures and rain jade and stuff, I just thought of it. Come with me. Yep, let's go. Right, so we have our leads.
When drinking tea, one should seek to be cool.
I love the music, by the way. Also, there's freaking tea leaves everywhere. I find that hilarious.
sun rises.
Yeah.
Behold!
Fish, fish, fish. Oh, quest.
Too slow.
Come on. I was like, how will I?
Squall and fury. Hup.
Putting arrow. Oh, that is you? Huh? What is it? So it's extraordinary beauty of divinity in this mortal world. No, from this glance that you, noble, wander this land, therefore prithee tarry a while. I make so bold a request as good your name. Not bad, you got good eyes for an old guy. Breathtaking confidence is a rarity, if certainly not arrogant. What in the world are you going on about? You too, Zorwing, don't let a few compliments go to your head. Anyway, I want at your service, Jesus Zorwing, and you are? Ah, yes, where my manners. Being the third of the Guha clan. At your service. Some people know me as Cloud Piercing Arrow. Cloud Piercing Arrow? So you're a talented archer? It was just the moniker bestowed in my youth. Wait, am I the one they call the Cloud Piercing Arrow? I don't know this guy. Wait a minute. Did you just say Guha clan? Oh, are you familiar with the clan name? It rings a bell. Excellent, excellent. I thought the clan's fortunes had waned so much that its name was all but forgotten. I did not expect you to be so well informed. To be frank, I appreciate you because I'm inviting selected interested parties to visiting Washing Hall, our clan stronghold, and explore history itself. You have nowhere passing to be. How about coming to me in the hall? Probably won't be the point. You're turning your stronghold into a tourist attraction? Well, our disciples are scattered all over Liyue, and the hall is currently deserted. What better time to invite guests? What's more, it contains treasures never before seen. Eh? Treasures? Quite so. Grandmaster Gua certainly established 12 secret chambers within the hall, and she placed treasures now lost to the world. The hall is from the mountains. Is hewn for the mountains and stone itself, and its structure is complex and intricate. Over millennia, only a handful of these hidden chambers have been discovered. The locations of many others are unknown, even to us disciples. I sense something special at you. Perhaps if you stumble across one, your chambers, you could visit sort of site. Sure. Gotta be a gimmick. 12 secret chambers for real? Zoring, you got to see, for the secret treasures. Hey, what's the look? Aren't you tempted at all? We'd be rich if you found forgotten treasure. Come on. Isn't going to mention the Guhan again? Maybe you want to change it before. Fine, then we will be fine. Awesome. Just need to be interesting. And how much does it cost into the hall? Cost? Surely you jest. We are honorable disciples of the Guhan clan, and only wish to invite those of character to come visit. We are not brash, swindling charlatans. Not asking for a penny. How about it then? Would you care to proceed? You certainly are direct. Wonderful. Without further ado, I'll plan a sightseeing route for you both. Please simply follow the map to Washington Hall. Let's go soon. I can't wait. No! I overjumped.
You even want this? Quit following me. Quit following me.
Looking at the merchandise. Crab row, could always use more of that. At tea leaves. Clearwater Jade, please. Core Lapis, nice. Noctis Jade, of course. Violet Grass, yes please. Silkflower, I surprisingly have enough, but unless I have at least 500, I clearly don't have enough. Rice. Tofu? I think I have enough tofu.
Hello, dear guests.
Alright, I almost forgot the teleport marker.
Behold!
I will do that later. Spirit curve.
Too slow. Quit following me.
This would be such a wonderful place to sit and have tea with some friends.
Huh.
Yes, I see the shine.
Quit following me. Take it and have fun.
And Shroud!
Yeah.
Let's nip that in the bud. Can't see?
Rah. Surrender.
I'm considering it.
One with the forest.
Yeah. Rah. Nowhere to run.
Positions.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. Rah. Surrender.
Divine Shroud!
Rah! Yeah! Nowhere to run! Catch!
You even want this?
Fish, 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 fish. Fish, 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 fish. What?
Sia!
Yeah!
Sia! Yeah.
Fish, fish, fish. Fish, fish, fish. Fish, 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 fish.
Rah!
Sia!
Yeah!
Sia!
Rah!
Sia!
Yeah! Rah!
Oh my god.
Yeah! Rah!
Sia!
Fish, fish, fish. Fish, 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 fish. Fish, fish, fish. We are the fish. Fish, 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 fish.
Rah!
Keep up!
Alright. Enough fishing around. I see the shiny. Aha! Jade incense column. If you can light up all centuries around, something marvelous might happen. Absolutely marvelous, you say? Fish, 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 fish.
Can't see? Sia!
Yeah!
Okay, so you just have to light them up.
Why is there a chest here?
Don't think. Don't look too close, Tainari.
Yeah.
of me wonders. Oh, ain't that fancy. Anyway, part of me wonders, like with the whole everything. What is the shinies? Oh, pine cones. Eh. But, like, there are so many of these ancient treasures. I'm just like, really? No one else ever could figure these out? Just us, eh? Hello. I mean, no true complaints. Oh, let me look at the menu. Ooh, tea eggs. Qiaoying brew. Tea smoke squab. More tea leaves? Yes, please. The rest. Huh. Tea seeps into the egg to the cracks in the shell. It's boiling and the cracks are ripples of fractured jade patterns. Different type of tea. And then tea smoked squab.
Too slow. Quit following Squall and Fury.
Palmetto. I challenge thee. I didn't move until I got off.
The wind rises.
Route. Okay. Pity we can't get those Leo lotus flowers from over here. What are those things?
Squall and Fury.
Oh my god. Low pocket bird.
You even want this?
I want many things.
Behold!
You're not getting away that easily.
Squall and Fury.
Oh, there's a cavern behind the waterfall. Yo, surprisingly enough, we very rarely get secret water.
Quit following me.
The depth of energy? Okay, what I was saying is, it's surprisingly rare that we have. There's more water here than before. You'll have to swim next time. Oh, there it goes. Huge commas. Like some wild beasts left them behind. Turtle.
Wow, what a lovely surprise.
Interesting. A mural. What is that? So covered with moss, Paimon can't make heads or tails of it. There wasn't any moss last time I came here. No need to worry about that. I mean, here's no wonder there is moss growing everywhere. There must be a way to clear it away. The moss came loose. It's a scene of ancient people attending a festival and performing a ritual. Pretty different from the festivals we have today, right? Huh? Although the grown-ups in the city and the village say that the Lord of Gia was the first to arrive in Chenyu Vale, I heard that the people in the picture actually got here even earlier than he did. Oh, how interesting. People back then used to throw bits of magic jade into the river, and they'd float along until they sank to the bottom. They saw it as a way of guaranteeing good weather, prevent the river from flooding, and ensure the soil would be fertile. Based on what we previously discussed, I'm guessing that Jing Vale will only be fixed after we found some jade that was thrown into the river in ancient times. That makes sense, doesn't it? Nice and knowledgeable. Your friend's also the one was your friend the one who told the story? Right, Lamau? That's first class guide material right there. As a local, so of course you'd understand this place better than Paimon. Yep, and everyone will be really blessed and live happily ever after. Oh, and all that. But I much prefer hearing her stories about ancient wars and battles. She told me that the warriors back then were all giants who were over 10 feet tall. The warriors of Chenyu Vale were covered in tattoos, and they had these massive jade axes that could chop a person in half in a blink of an eye. And the Millelith, led by none other than the Lord of Jew himself, were even tougher. They clad themselves in suits of armor that weighed over 1,000 pounds and fought with 100-pound spears. Apparently, everyone was at war back then, so much that Baiju River turned crimson red. Later on, the mountains to the south became full of ghosts from that area. Even now, those who wander through the mountains might still be able to catch their singing on the wind. Cover your ears. Yikes, scary stuff. Cover your ears, Mini Pie. Who is Mini Pie? Hunt human That's right, though. You can say anything about stuff. You turn into a villain when you're older. There's no way grown-ups would tell us these stories. They always say we're too young to hear them, that they'll turn us rotten and stuff like that. But I'm old enough already. Hearing a story is not going to turn me into a monster. Besides, there are many adults around who still know those stories anyway. If my friend hadn't told me, I wouldn't even know the stories about the picture. Okay, fine then. Guess we'll move on. So Grona was right to say that those ancient people threw jade into the river from somewhere high up, but where exactly? And where did all that jade float off to? Well, must have sunk to the bottom, right? It's not that simple. If it was thrown in somewhere upriver, and even if it sank to the bottom, it would still be pushed downward river by the current, let alone after so many years. Besides, I've never heard talk of any ancient ritual jade being found upriver. Qiaoying Vale is a small place, after all. If there had been such rumor, everyone would have already known about them. See, you know so much. You're a future scholar material for sure. But what if I don't want to be a scholar? They don't even earn much more, and it sounds like no fun. Then become a traveler, just like us. What could be more fun than adventuring around the world? Seeing as we know the site of the rain jade, right? What should we do next? Let's observe how the river flows. If we want to see how the river flows, maybe it would be a good idea to try the tall watchtower over at Yulong Wharf. You're a clever one with Miss Pie. Of course. All right. I want to take another look around real quick. Let me know when you're ready. So this is like a serious source of water.
Our perseverance has paid off.
All right. I'm ready. Shall we go? Aye. All right then. Let's see how the river flows. From here, you can clearly see how the water moves faster than through those narrows and slows down again as the river widens out. The Jade must have stopped there. We should find what we're looking for over there. Nice, it's real biscuits. Paimon's been wondering, though. What's the massive thing in the distance? Huh? That's the huge Jade mouth, the legendary Jade ring that's an Adeptus threw in the water. Oh, but the river curves around there, so the current should actually speed up, but the river gradually gets wider there. Yeah, the rapid flow around the bend might have resulted in things being deposited around the convex banks where it widens, so there's actually a good chance that Jade is at the bottom of the river, somewhere around Jade Mouth, of course. That's assuming that the course of the river hasn't been artificially altered. Not to mention there's a fisherman's legend that goes something like, Jade shall ride from the Sunken Mouth or something like that. Anyway, let's go over and take a look around first. Near the little mouth, Paimon feels like she's completely out of her depth. It's because my friend's amazing. She knows everything there is to know about the mountains. And she taught me loads, too. That's how I've learned so much. You're unfit for duty, Mini Pie. As the young lady, I am most disappointed. A Stormwing has a rare fine mountain air on miasma gone to your head, or something. Does the Adepti animal you use have side effects? You behave pretty strangely. Whatever the case, let's go down on a bamboo raft. Yeah, Jade Mouth, here we come. Alright, so I could jump down. Office stuff. Ooh, pineapple slice.
Need a new plan.
Hello, what you guys do here? I'm using out my business stuff, land, goods. So evaluate things, of course, as soon as form of business.
This group of fools doesn't do the project. Time to get something optimized.
Behold!
That's basically taking the elevator.
Too slow.
You basically took the elevator.
The wind rises.
I'm coming aboard. Don't use that little mouth. Come on, I'll take you. Alright, boatman, take us to the Jade Mouth. Alright, Jade Mouth it is. The other two, you're tourists? Well, if you're here for sightseeing, there's not many locals who head that way. You could say that, Mr. Boatman. Are there any stories about the Jade Mouth I haven't heard before? Knowing you and how much you love your stories, kiddo, you must have heard them all by now. Tell me more. Tell me more. Right then, I've heard mentioned that the Jade Mouth was left behind by Rex Lapis after he marched through here to save the people of Chenyu Vale. Legend has it that to prevent a natural advance from the downstream local Adepti. You make it up as you go again, Gramps. There's no way that's Leeward's Navy came out this year. I heard the Jade Mouth was formed by a piece of jade left behind by a giant carp. In those days, a baddie god tried to redirect the river down the mill to drown the Millith, stationed on both the banks of the Chenyu Vale, but a giant white snake and a giant carp who were her subordinates disobeyed her orders. She threw the jades she wore, the jade pinned the river dam, and ever since we've had no more floods, and everyone can live in peaceful lives on both sides of the river. You might understand a lot, kiddo, but you haven't seen much. Take a closer look. There aren't any crops by this river. See, after it was pinned bound by the jades, it's true the river hasn't flooded, but it also means it hasn't been able to provide irrigation for the crops. So it was once a wide, gently flowing river. Today is a narrow, rapid flowing torrent. Such a river leaves no sustenance for the earth on its banks. And of course, it also means no people living peacefully on both its sides. Paimon gets it now, but did you say that the Adepti were resisting the Lord of Geo, little Mao? That's how it was all that time ago. Some people believe that the first Lord of all Liyue was Lextrapus, but in Qiaoyu Vale, we believe that before he came, there were other gods and Adepti who protected our ancestors. I've heard Grandpa Leo say that the tea ceremony is actually for the Carp and Adeptus who planted our first tea tree. Oh, but aren't the Adepti meant to be... Aren't these Adepti meant to be baddies? They were all serving under a baddie god after all. In some stories, they're baddie bird. These, well, in others, they're goodies. But it was all such a long, long time ago. Even the grown-ups don't remember much, so they always try to bluff me. Talking about that friend of yours again. How can such a supernatural beings be held to our simple codes of right and wrong? As far as we're concerned, bird, all the forces are ever blessed and protect this land deserve our respect. There you go again. All right, then, time to get off. We're here. Thanks, Gramps. The river, as the river is led up. We're here. This is the Jade Mouth. Fish, fish, fish. Fish, fish, fish. Well, here's the Jade Mouth. How are we going to find all that jade underwater? So that's how this. The spring cries ripple through the vales. The shines depart from the northeast shores. The heights and shallows in the northwest hides. Sun and earth from each other divide. Eternal whirlpool that never churns. The beautiful jade concealed within. So what little means sing about sounds pretty complicated. One of our local folk songs. I heard an old granny sing it as she was gathering herbs. It means if you look out from the center of the river to the banks on either side, you'll see two stone shrines hidden to the northeast and the southwest. Those shrines keep the mighty whirlpool in the center suppressed. I understood the last bit. So the jade's hidden beneath the whirlpool? Yep, sounds like we're going to treasure hunting. Hooray! But the area between the northeast and southwest is so huge. After all, in a broad sense, the northeast and southwest jade might conclude pretty much the whole world. Always thinking outside the box, Miss Paimon, but there's no need to worry. I already have an idea where the shines will be, because, well, my friend told me. Come on, let's roll. I have a question. Does anyone else think a giant maelstrom suddenly appearing here might not be too great? Oh, yeah, won't that mean the boats will be no longer sail in and out? Don't worry about that. My friend told me that once we're done, what we need to do beneath the whirlpool will disappear completely. Otherwise, how would all the old boatmen carry on making a living? So it's not just a smart whirlpool, but a considerate one to boot. Let's get going then. Okay. Hey, a lot.
One with the force. I hear everything. Surrender.
Squall and fury. Upon the gale.
Can't see? Nowhere to run. Let's nip that in the bud. And Shroud. Keep up.
Here!
Surrender.
Behold! Search for it. That's far enough.
Futile.
possession of it.
Yeah.
To quench the spirit.
With all my strength.
You're talking coming from.
Surrender.
He made the mugs or whatever.
The hunted.
Dust out and make a clean sneak. Spring skies ripple through the vales, shines its power from the northeast shores. The heights and swells south through the wide sun and the war that never turns. They found the two shrines legend speaks of. It seems they are two related ancestor mountains, but the meaning of the folk mentioned remains unclear. I don't have a clue what to do here. We're just running around like headless chickens. Everyone who really got worked up when they heard it. Let's just stick around here. She's really right about you. You're pretty out of the ordinary.
Let me help you pack this up.
What's glowing between the pearls? Oh.
Ja!
Too slow. Too slow. Too slow. Too slow. Too slow.
Guess that settles it.
You even want this?
Haven't seen the whirlpool from the song yet. What should we do next? Giving the adaptable energy of yours a try. Okay. Look, the world has appeared, just like the song. Just like the legend says, the golden carp. Okay. Feed you? Oh.
And Shroud, I'll uproot you! Nowhere to run!
Here!
Squall and Fury! Upon the gale!
One with the forest. Surrender! perseverance has paid off.
Let me help you pack this up.
Fish, 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 fish. I will say, carp tend to be decently intelligent. Fish. Zorwing and Paimon, we meet again. And who might this be? Huh? You have best before? This is Mao. He's helped us so much along the way. No, we haven't met before, but you must be a good child, little Mao. Hello, and yes, that's me. Miss, are you an Adeptus? You are, aren't you? This is Adeptus Fujin. Thanks for all the help you've given us, Zorwing and Paimon, little Mao. It's really the legendary Fujin in the flesh. I can't believe this. I've heard so many stories about you, and now I know you're not some kind of big slippery carp, but a lady instead, like a big sister. Big carp? Honestly, what kind of stories have you been listening to, little Meow? One is indeed an adeptus, and as such, we can make forms as one pleases. This particular form seemed like the most approachable one for conversating with humans. From what you said, you have a very unique step, little Mao. Have you met someone in the mountains before? Someone with red eyes and a fair complexion, perhaps? Not exactly, Big Sis Foon. You're not talking about one of your other friends, are you? My friend from the mountain doesn't sparkle like you do, but she's always so really cool. She helped me tons and taught me loads. So it was her, after all. So your friend wasn't Adeptus Funjin, after all? But Big Sis is my friend too now, isn't she? Of course, little Mao. I'm delighted to have made friends with you. Now you've met two Adepti. Of course, little Mao. Of course, little Mao. I'm delighted. But I've met more. Huh? Huh? Don't worry about it. Anyway, does that mean Little Mao's friend is also an Adeptus? As for whether Little Mao's friend counts as an Adeptus or not, I'm not quite sure myself. After all, Adeptus is merely a title, and it's hard to say whether Adepti are even people. The word Adeptus is just like any other word, such as hero or villain, or idiot. No one is born an Adeptus, and no one shall remain an Adeptus forever. That's true. So you've met that little friend of Mouse that we're talking about, right? Indeed, but it's been a long time since I last saw her. So now I suspect that I don't know her half as well as Little Mao does. I'm not even sure if I still count as her friend. Well, according to what Little Mao said, his friend wants to. His friend wants to restore nature too. I would imagine so. Anyways, I must ask you all to please take this piece of Viotive rain jade. I'd originally hoped it might remain here, the same as it ever was, but I never expected it to grow quite so large. I used to love it so. This rain jade that you mentioned, did it rain down or make it rain or something? Of course not. After the great changes in our geology, the ancestors of the people who live of Chenyu Vale lost their ability to communicate with the heavens and lost the guidance of emissaries whose beauty was pure as moonlight. Henceforth they began to take jade, which glowed as gently as the light of the moon, and cast it into the river. As they did this, they would pray for good omens and fertile land, the clement weather, and for riverbanks to hold strong. Over the time, these rituals grew in power until one day, Big Sis Funjin, what happened next? One day, the long war to become the gods who would reign over this world began. Afterward, this tradition lost all its meaning. But though it was forgotten, its name is still passed down over generations. To cut a long story short, this piece of Vorvite rain jade before us was the very last one ever to be thrown. Just as the part above the surface, when when commanded by an adepti, heart can be made large enough to stop a flood. Its core, too, has been swollen by the uncontrolled adeptile energy. Much of its power is dissipated into the surrounding area through the spirit veins. The power may have affected nearby flora and fauna, attracting and even making reverberations of them. You must be careful. What? As far as I can tell, the adeptal energy that has dissipated nearby should be sufficient to reawaken the hibernating vortex ranging. If this is the case, you're one step closer to achieving our goal of nursing the water and soil back to health. How should I say this? Azor, Wing, and Paimon, thank you both. You're doing an amazing thing by choosing to help me, you know. And little Mao, will you help me too? Will you help out your big sis? Of course, I want to restore nature too. Is that so? Well, that's good. You're very smart, little Mao. You'll understand everything later. Alright then, let's go our separate ways for now. Once you retrieve the adeptal energy, fulfilled violet energy filled votive rain jade, we'll meet again by a deep pool shrouded in cloud and mist to the south. South, got it. She's gonna disappear again. Oh well, let's just do what Big Sis Fun Jun said and restore the violeting rain jade's power. Speaking of which, what's that got to do with voting? CC, you're not much better by one. It's votive, not voting. Oh, right. It's so complicated. Though since you mentioned it, what does votive mean? And why is it called rain jade again? Exactly, what does it mean? Let's follow the instructions.
Can't see? Rah! Nowhere to run! One with the force. Rah! Futile!
Another strange phenomenon. Another lump of it's also considered a barrier.
The wind rises.
Alright, well, on we go.
Positions!
Let's nip that in the bud.
Very chills and seals.
Surrender!
Here!
I'll uproot you! And shroud! Futile!
Squall and fury. Falling into the abyss.
That was a lot lower in energy. Green, gray, gray. Yeah, I'm apparently a lot lower on health than I thought I was. Delicious pancakes.
One with the forest. Sia. Behold. Ha. Ja. Ha. 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 Yeah. Ha. Ha. Ha.
Hmm? Oh, you have a friend. You have several friends.
You even want this?
Are you going to hold a festival?
That's fine.
The wind rises. Ha! You even want this?
And somehow I didn't notice that.
I'll lead the way. Surrender! Can't see? Rah! Yeah! Rah! Nowhere to run!
Fish, 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 fish.
Squall and Fury.
Ah! Gah! Ha! Ha! Yeah!
Quit following me.
Big, big, big.
One with the forest. Yeah. Sia. Yeah. Futile.
Behold!
Ka! Ka! Cha! Yeah. Ha! Ka! Ha! Cha! Ka! Ha! Sia. Yeah. Nowhere to run. Cha! Ha! Ha!
The wind rises.
Cha! Ha!
Unnecessary.
Yes, whoa, so sudden.
Too slow.
It just all loops back. It's moving. Looks like the Jade's starting to move. That's right, but according to the story, the riverbed should have lots of other votive rain Jades. Why does Big Sis only want this one? Look, it's shining almost like it's resonating with the adeptal energy on you, Zorwin. Why don't we try using that power, eh? Should do it. Wow, awesome. It suddenly became small. Yeah, Paimon didn't think it changed size like that. Guess it's just a millennial treasure for you. Just like you said, Lil Mao, they could be as tall as the clouds or small enough to hide amongst the pool and leaf. Yeah, well, it looks like the Void Rain Jane is in our hands now. You're so reliable. Paimon worked hard too. Miss Paimon's Zorrowing. Miss Paimon's amazing, so I misread that like hell. Miss Paimon's amazing, so you're gonna take us to the deep pool shrouded in a cloud and mist to the south now, right? Clouds and mist. I think Chenyu Vale really does have a place like that. And where? Tell us, little guide. Paimon will take you there. You remember the place in the mountain mentioned? The spot where we met? That place is super foggy, and I know a secret cavern that leads there. Even the other locals don't know about it. It was my friend who showed me the way. Since you're my friend too, Paimon, I'll tell you about it. You've got an amazing friends, little man. Oh, the mountains are they connected to? Of course, well, you're both pretty impressive too. Well, any friend of yours is a friend of ours. In fact, Paimon hopes we'll meet her on the way. Shall we go? Paimon's going to take you to the place you mentioned, little Mao. Take us away, Miss Paimon. Alrighty then, let's go. Jade, oh Jade, grant me my wish. I'll say. Or, nope, it does have an area. I was gonna say, I was gonna be slightly disappointed if it didn't. Oh, since we're speaking of wishing, let's give this a try. Yeah. Hopefully I'll get gaming then.
Hey, boss. The name's Qiaoying. I'm a guard from the communications
Gaming.
office. So, all this needs shipping, right? No. You grab a seat and have some tea. I'll get these packed up for you, no problem.
Oops. Nice. I did get there up. Ow. Hiccups. Once and twice. Oh well. Nice. I will say that is a very nice weapon. It's not like I have either. Well, as the saying goes, third time's a charm. I agree. Do I want to right now? Yeah. I mean, I've been waiting ever so impatiently. Once, twice, and thrice. Oh. This is, yeah, the Emperor of Fire and Iron. It's the big crab. I have no idea what magical creature he has, but it's adorable. Okay, I'll get you. Sure. Ah, yes. The new outfits are just delightful. Shinha and little Miss Ganyu. I love Ganyu's hair with this. She's still tired as ever.
Too slow.
Yeah, me.
Too slow. Too slow. Too slow. Too slow.
What do you just feel? Huh? Did you run up ahead of
You
us?
even want this?
Swirling Paimon. Yeah? Now look up behind you. I'm guessing that's his friend. Wait, your friend, you say? That's right, I told you before I had lots of friends, didn't I? Well, I just happened to meet her, so I got a hold of her to introduce you. Well, hello? I'm a Zorwing and this is Paimon. Her friend's a little mouse. She's a Zorwing, and Paimon's name is Paimon. She's afraid of strangers. I usually call her Bluey because I don't really know her name. Oh, don't you worry about that. Zoring and Paimon are great people. They've been accompanying me on my adventures. They're real experts in the mountains and forests, too. I know. I've seen. Answer me this one thing. Where did you gain the power to suppress nature? Suppress nature? What do you mean? Plants to pursue the sunlight and fertile soil, creating fruit fit for birds and beasts to consume. The digested seeds are scattered, and those which consume seed and fruit become bait for predators. Thus does everything return to the land. The snake hidden in the branches, the fish in the mountains, and the beast in the forest travel along the realm of nature. Wonderful. So why have you come? Oh, come on, Blue. You don't have to be so fierce. You raised two questions. My adeptal energy comes from Miss Fujin. Our goal is to nurse the soil and water in Chenyu Vale. And the adeptal energy we use comes from Adeptus Fujin. Exactly. Something's off about Chenyu Vale's natural conditions, so Adeptus Fujin enlisted our help. If we don't, well, the tea leaves in Chenyu Village are going to turn out worse and worse, and the village itself might decline. That's why she wanted us to perform a rain jade rite, which will restore the area. The rain jade rite. I see. You have answered two of my questions. You may ask me two also. Huh? Why do we have to do that? Give and take. It is only natural. You have one more question. Wait, the Canada, whatever you ask is Irving. You said you wanted to restore nature. Is that also the same as nursing the water and soil? Not the same. Eh? It isn't? Zerwing, what were you talking about? That's right, what do you mean not the same? The new tea leaves taste better, more like before. More like whoa. And just like that, she's gone. Don't worry about it, Paimon. She's like that. Sometimes when I'm not looking, she'll just vanish into the shadow of the trees. Then at others, the sun might dazzle me and the birds might call overhead, and there she is. In any case, guess we're all friends now. Nice. Let's hope so. Um, just don't worry about it, Zorwing. Bluey's not in. Oh. Hmm. This is much of a reference. But she's always been like that. Yeah, your prin's pretty strange, little Mao. Is she? Well, for all you know, you're the ones who might seem strange to others. I mean, not only can you use adeptal energy to make the moss disappear, but you can make the golden stone things appear and vanish, and even turn into a carp and fly around like the stories. Hmm. After all, I'm none other than the young lady of the famous Commons Girls. What? Huh? That said, Paimon couldn't imagine that friend you always spoke about was, well, monster. Seems a bit rude, and thing might be pretty offensive. That's right, your friend's also blue. No wonder you call her Bluey. So I never told anyone. If adults knew we were friends, they might lock me up. Wait, really? You'd go to actual prison? No, not like that. They just wouldn't let me go out, make me wash my face, and force me to read my books. I wouldn't get to play in the mountains anymore. And that's why I've never told anyone. But you're my friend, so it's fine. Anyway, come with me. There's an awesome place I want to show you.
Behold!
Oh. Spike.
Ra! Surrender! The wind rises. Yeah! Ja! Ha! Ka! Ah! Ja! Ha! Ha! Yeah! Huh. You even want this? Squall and Fury.
Been doing to the manager. An ordinary person who's gas will often suffer from addiction and chest pain for days. May not be fatal to humans, but long-term exposure does affect while in the mouth, making them more violent. Usually, the more powerful the monster, the more severe the effects. Try defeating the leader monsters before following the trail of source of miasma.
Let's nip that in the bud. Can't see?
That's far enough.
And shroud!
Right.
Nowhere to run!
The wind rises. Search for it. Yeah.
One with the force. One futile.
Positions.
Behold. Take it and have fun.
I'm like, are we still doing the same quest? No
Quit
idea.
following me.
Didn't think there'd be one here. You're amazing, little Mao. Looks like something. Awesome, is Zorwing. You put him back just like that, like you did with the smoky cloud. We pushed the Mars back. We suppressed nature, you could say. So that wasn't there yesterday. They call nature. Don't worry about it. Monster Hilly Trails, just leave them all days. Well, what's this picture about? Originally, I didn't know any, but I figured it out today after I heard hearing Big's fusion story. This must be the stuff that happened before the mural on Manjing was made. See, this long ago, people were able to talk to the gods. The Adepti in the skies were talking to that big piece of jade in the middle. The emissary of the gods would lead them and protect him. See, that's gotta be the shiny golden person standing in the middle. I bet that was a super amazing person. But later, just like Sis Fujin said, something changed and the people of Chenyu Vale lost their guiding emissary, and they couldn't talk to the heavens any longer. That's how Rain Jade Right came about. Huh? Your story does make sense. Thanks, what do you think? You're a pretty bright spark, little Mal. Come to think of it, our ancestors were pretty amazing themselves, huh? The Jades they left us still have power to restore nature. For something this old to be so strong, the past must have been swoller. This has been a swoller time than the present, huh? The world marches onward, leaving the accumulated detritus of the past in its wake. That's a really cool thought. Never thought about it that way. Fawn thinks that's your amazing one, little Mal. We've seen lots of ancient mysterious powers and monsters in a time, but Bion's never considered this stuff before. You know what? Now I'm thinking about this stuff is all pretty awesome too. Really, I bet you'll be just like my big sister when you grow up. Just having fun adventuring everywhere. Aw, you have a big sister then? Well, we're not blood related, but she worked here in Chenyu Vale for a while. She'd go up in the mountains and run around the rivers, and I'd follow her. We discovered this cave together. She said that this cave is my Rubicon. Not that I know what that means. I wonder if she's off adventuring nowadays. Where she's off adventuring nowadays. I can't wait to receive my next letter from her. Yeah, this big sis of yours seems like an interesting person. I know, right? Still, big sis Funjin needs our help, so let's continue on. Oh, there you are. Oh, I was worried, so worried. Oh, golden carp. One was quite concerned that the swirling miasma and fierce beasts that roam might have caused you ill, but one sees that it is not so, and that is good. Thanks to the adeptal energy you possess, Zorwing, one has been connected to the golden carp here, thus gaining the means to speak with you directly. Zorwing Paimon, little Mao, please come with me. Fish, 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 fish. Frogs, no one can't see. Oh, super amazing, Finjan. Of course I am. Before something, something.
Squall and fury! Upon the gale! Yeah! Upon the gale! Yeah! Yeah!
Hello, Minnow. Oh my god. Hello. Oh my goodness. Hello, little one. Yes, yes, yes. I've got you. Hello. Hello, fuzzy baby. Yeah, she's like, it's bedtime. I know, it's almost 2:30 in the morning. It's almost 2:30 in the morning. You're like, why are you still awake? She's such a quiet cat. There you go.
Too slow.
Much time has passed since I last emerged here. This was once a lively place filled with the aroma of incense. Then the three of us could have traveled freely across the mountains and rivers. Yes, those days were like flowing water beneath the moon, dark yet sparkling oh so brightly. Ah, but enough reminiscing. Thanks to you all, I am now able to return here and host the Rain Jade right. So... Oh my gosh, move the one. So you're the person in the mural? Oh, I get it now. The person standing on the mountain hugging that egg. That was you, wasn't it? An egg? Come now, little now. That was precious Jade. Casting Rain Jade right. Casting Rain Jade is a ritual of great power. The vote of Rain Jade can calm rivers, improve the weather, but it can also be a thing of death and slaughter. Only the thinnest line separates curses and adeptal energies that have aided you up till now. That's why I must make sure the right does not fall into the hands of those who would do ill. That's why, yes, that is correct. The one indeed, the figure who hugged the egg. That is correct. The one indeed was one was indeed the figure who hugged the egg in that mural. Huh? Big Sis Fuji, doesn't that make you pretty ancient? Yes, it does. Still, I do like the name Big Sis. It does quite make me feel young. And God Adeptus is pretty alright too, right? Why, certainly. Though even if others' titles me such, I am aware that I am hardly the equal of the true Adepti like Mountain Shaper and the rest. I am, in truth, the weakest of my band of friends. I cannot make medicines to save others, nor can I bound across the mountains and plains. Even so, I could not simply lay the title down. I would have done to the people of Dream Valley disservice, I fear. Still, you may call me whatever you wish. After all, we have become friends, or so I would say. In any case, my days of being called an Adeptus are now consigned to history, just like this place has been. Once the Ring Day Rite was a day of great celebration, where we would commemorate the year of abundance, using laughter, firecracker battles, and beast dances, to frighten the ill omens away. This must appear like naught but forgotten ruins to the modern world. Well, not completely forgotten. That's right. People in Koyun Village told us. That's right. People in Koyun Village told us that it was the almighty Adeptus Fusion who defeated the demons and planted the first tea tree. Back on the bamboo raft, Grandpa Luo also mentioned that the offerings of tea were to a certain Carp Adeptus. And there wasn't that opera sung at Ewing Wharf about a carp going around killing stuff? You were so awesome in the stories, Big Sis Fujin. Also, people still do the Wushan dance, you know? You said it yourself. The definition of adeptus is... Also, putting definitions aside, you're our friend, Fujin. You shouldn't be constantly fretting about the right and stuff. You should live happily, like we're companions on an adventure. That's right, we're on an adventure together. Right, yes, you're right. Thank you. That was all well said, indeed. I was the one who asked you all for help. It wouldn't do at all if I just continued wallowing in the past, now would it? In any case, I'll need your help to prepare for the rite itself. In any case, have you encountered any sacred simulacra in your adventures? Those are ritual spirits often used by people in ancient times to protect their homes. There should be some nearby. There's a ring by my little mouth. Please help me put this simulacra in their proper places. That way we can restore the spirit veins using the Rain Jade right. Alright, leave it to us. I will. I have faith in you. Secrets in Morocco. The expectful people didn't know how they should carve the statues. And the products turned out a real mess. Even that friend of mine couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing it. Sorry about that. I got lost in the past again.
There's no such thing as pure freedom in this world. Even the wind cannot blow on forever.
Hmm. I need to put you down, She wants to snuggle, and she's like very content in falling asleep right here, right now.
Relax.
Why are you getting more comfortable? Don't get more comfortable. This is like a whole, yes, I cannot go to work today. There's a cat sitting on my lap. Alright. Yeah, yeah, I still got you. What is it? There we go. You can be a lap cat, okay? Yes. There you go, little one. Huh? And the ceiling. What was that? You investigate? These ones are always annoying.
Can't see?
Oh my god. Little one. She's like... Minno's just like in maximum cuddle mode. She's like, if you won't cuddle me, I will be the most unhappy thing you've ever seen. She's just getting oh so pouty. She has like so many beds that she could sit on, so many other cats that she could cuddle.
Surrender!
Quick, behold!
Yeah! Ja!
And so please restore me to my rightful position. Say so. Take it away.
Too slow. The wind rises.
I thought I was doing a little side questing. Apparently there was nothing side about the quest. To the right, then allow me to help too. I think offer secure the Jade may be offered. We should do it. Head back and report to Deputy Sunken.
Squall and fury.
Place is very foggy.
Too slow.
Some walker already. Thank you both. The Jade has returned its priest. The statues come back to the rightful place. The ranger is now ready to be reformed. But we'll try to recover once you cast rage, That's right. Things will get better for us now. Nature, Jade, humans. All is definitively dictated. The changes in the land, the water and stream veil, the malicious fog and the spirit veins, they're all essentially a sign of the earth moving against the flow of time. Those are so like the mayas of things. That's right, you can think of it like a change veils, attempt to to put it, return to nature. And what we intend to do here is treat the land and soil, rid it of the sickness. Nature. After all, before the humans left their caves and mountains to dominate the world and regulate nature, and before Chenyu Vale, I'm pretty sure I forgot the names, the land, the mountains, and rivers had their own order. Even I sometimes miss the cool mountain streams and the great rivers that would ebb and flow with the seasons. I mean, I was once a mere fish that swam. But if we let nature seize control of its order, and once more the people of Chenyu will suffer and languish, I hope you can understand. Yeah? In that case. Hmm. Not quite sure what I think. Oh. Did it work? That thing in the fog just now. Seems I'm too feeble in my current state. Yeah, we got the range in place in Morocco, but it still wasn't enough. I'm very sorry, it's not your fault. I need more power to overcome this trial. Just the adeptal energy in the vortex range Jade has dissipated into the spirit veins, so my power has also left me across the long years. Huh? Will you grow really big just like the Jade? Probably not. Just think about it. Super Adeptus Finjan, now 3 times the size. Well, is there any way we can restore your power? The golden carp? Ah, Zorwing, you are wise indeed. Before you found a few golden carp, I could not even muster the strength to appear. Initially, I thought that we just needed to gather all the ritual implements, and that would make up for the deficiency in my power. I was not entirely open with you before, but neither the present nor the past was anywhere near. But neither the present nor the past me was anywhere near a match for the Adepti of the South. I feared you would consider me weak and unworthy of your help. Geez, that's it? My mom thought it would have been something more important to say. There's no way we'd abandon or not make friends with you just because of that. I, the young lady, consider you a friend is not conditional to your status as Adeptus. That you're my friend has nothing to do other than the whole young lady bit. I wanted to say the same thing. A friend told me lots of stories about you. In my mind, even though we just met, we're already friends, and I also want you to be happy, big sis. All right, all right. Thank you. All of you. Well, that's more like it. So where should we start looking for the golden carp? I believe you'll have to go to Yuletide Valley. There'll be a cavern there with a golden carp hidden within. Hmm. Anywho. I'm not sure what I think. Like, I understand her wanting to help the people of the valley.
With all my strength. Here. Let me help you pack this up. With all my strength.
Futile!
Behold!
Actions to freeze a creature when you shatter them with with the ice order immobile temporarily.
I'll uproot you!
Positions.
The wind rises. You're dead.
Surrender! One with the Force.
With all my strength.
Futile!
Okay. Feather refin.
A well-deserved find.
Interesting.
Quit following me. Behold! Quit following me.
Well, definite self for those noble hearts. Almost, but not quite. Revealed.
The wind rises. Quit following me.
Another shiny over that way.
Behold!
So, if we got to want to eat him, if flowers so sweet to catch him all. What did you just say to me? And 5. Oh. I do believe it was green. There you go, tea smoke squib. Hello, Sherm. Big old bugalug. I'm trying to figure out what the dog's doing. What is it? Oh, I think he wants out. Hold on. I just cook 2 more as quickly as possible. Okay, okay. Yes, yes, I see you. All right, he's starting to shove. You have to go outside. Okay, okay. Here, I'll give you a wonderful view. There we go. Wondrous view. I'll be right back. Okay, outside. Let's go. Jump outside. Okay. Yep, we're going. I'm going.
There's no need to exchange pleasantries. It's rather pathetic to force a conversation just to occupy silence. Relax. You think I've got a sharp tongue? I just tell it like it is. If someone can't handle it, maybe that's their problem.
Okay.
You even want this?
Millennia of history of our millennia of history of our history's got its side.
Can't see? Yeah. Nowhere to run.
Positions.
Yeah.
I hate these.
Futile.
Squall
Why are
and
they
fury.
here?
Search for it.
Why didn't they get left behind and
Upon the
Inazuma?
gale.
Yeah. One with the forest.
Here.
Surrender.
A rust-worn key. Hello.
And shroud. Nowhere to run. Yeah. Yeah. One with the forest. Yeah. Surrender.
With all my strength.
Keep up. Nowhere to run.
Unnecessary.
Okay, so I can only pocket one piece at a time.
Quit following me.
I'm pretty solidly sold that that one's supposed to go there. Mystery's got its eye. Of all the references.
Behold!
There we go. Like 5th time the charmed. Gosh.
Take it and have fun. Too slow. Take it and have fun.
The wood smells so nice. Free wood chasing. Interesting. Oh, it's way up there.
Can't see? Let's nip that in the bud.
Oh.
Here! Dance with the waves!
Futile!
The wind rises. Wretched vermin! Enshroud! I'll uproot you! I'll bury you! Nowhere to run!
With all my strength!
Behold!
Can't see? Futile!
That...
And Shroud! Ra! Yeah! Squall and Fury! Search for it! Ra! Nowhere to run!
With all my strength. All eyes on me.
Let's nip that in the bud. You dare to gaze upon me? Surrender!
Here.
Judgment is upon you. You stand condemned! Your penance is due! Guilty! Can't see?
Positions.
I hear everything!
Sheesh. Hanging on by a thread.
One with the force! Yeah! Ra! Behold! Ja! Ja! Ha! Yeah! Ha! Ja! Search for it!
Here.
Can't see? Yeah! Ra! Squall and Fury! Search for it! Ja! Ha! Ja! And Shroud! Yeah! Dust! To...
Really? I call bold. Let's try going to this one. I should have gotten that one before I went to fight the cheese, but here we are.
Yeah! Ra! Yeah! One with the forest! Ra! Futile! Behold! Ka! Ka! Ha! Yeah! Ha! Ha! Search for it! Ka! Ja! Ha! Huh. You even want this? Hup. The wind rises.
I see it right there. The extra shiny. Yes. No idea what I'm doing with these.
You even want this?
Ugh, give me a moment. BRB. I'm gonna make sure I'm nice and safely away from anything that could immediately help.
Take a deep breath, as if you're about to blow up a huge balloon. Exhale all your sleepiness into it, and then, poof! It's now flying away.
Okie dokie doo. Sometimes the best direction to go is up. 2-for-1 special. That'll be a whole minute. I'm like, where exactly is this one?
Unnecessary. Behold!
Ooh, that's pretty. We're going to another miasma area. This one's... If I was paying more attention, I would have finished going to that one before I went to that one. There's the, the area where the whirlpool is.
Squall and Fury! And Shroud! Yeah!
Okay. I do wonder what these shinies are for.
you? Hip.
Oof. That's a lot of stuff.
One with the forest. Sia. Ra.
Positions.
The wind rises. Yeah.
Surrender!
Squall and fury. And shroud. I'll uproot you. Search forth. One thing after another. The wind rises. One with the force.
Oh my god. Everyone do enter.
Unnecessary.
Some other girl. Trouble. I'm low-key getting Aranara vibes from this place.
Quit following me. Too slow.
Less investigating, more hitting.
Behold! Squall and fury. Unnecessary.
What? Air freeze and lock room? Who cares? Who dares? Who art thou who disturbs my beauty sleep? Eh, who's that? Ugh. Ah, yes, fear me is only natural. Were I unconfined to the stone, you would already be in mine belly. What a stone? So you're talking statue? I thought you were a monster of some sort. I thought it was the butterfly. Humph, what does that mean? Just a talking statue. It'll not be frightening in itself. What you looking for? It's a thing. Fine, seems there's no scaring you guys. No way. Why must you do that? Anyway, sheesh, it's just a sun statue. Even if I were just a sun statue, this place would still be the herb lord's abode. When she was here with us, she did not appreciate others disturbing her peace at the Liberator. That's why I scare off hissing ones away. We can leave, so even she's not around. Nevertheless, your presence does feel somewhat different for those of the ordinary mortals, and saying that it couldn't scare you either. May I prefer ask you for what can we help with? Take a look at these colorful butterflies. Ever since the abode's lord departed, the little things have scattered all over the place, flying about as they please. Hang on, there's one on your head. Just a moment, we'll help you get it. Flutter, flutter, little butterfly. Yep, just like that. Rows of freely seized colorful butterflies due to the door. The mechanism to store the colorful butterflies in the mechanism jar were originally meant to nourish the adeptal tree. Adeptal tree. That's right. Then they heard the living of the adeptal tree itself. Maybe the butterflies now they are said, and long as could be colorful butterflies have adult dispersed, the tree can be revived. It's departed as soon as she lost power to maintain her human form. I wonder how she's doing these things. What am I supposed to do? My apologies, I got a little carried away reminiscing. Listen carefully, humans, as long as a couple of butterflies get back to the job and nourish, then you can nourish the withered tree. Pretty amazing. Alright. Why colorful butterflies, eh? Why is that? Perhaps the herb. Oh, goodness. Perhaps the herb was just related to colorful butterflies. Anyway, I'm just kidding. I need to get them back in the jar, kind of.
Wealth is the foundation on which civilization is built.
Butterfly wings. I don't know if that's hilarious or sad. I imagine this is what we give those sparks to. At least once it's alive.
Shroud! Nowhere to run!
Quit following me.
Aha, I see you in the pot. I'm not helping. I've got puzzles like this in Starville.
For you.
My gosh, I believe that the butterfly does indeed, will indeed get to where it's supposed to be. Legs, really? A couple Playboys. Though I can't remember word for word what this one said.
Wow, what a lovely surprise. With all my strength.
Why is there like a butterfly perched on a statue? butterfly perched on a statue.
Let me help you pack this up.
Hmm.
Wow, what a lovely surprise.
You don't need to do this game. You don't need to lock us in.
Huh?
Which does make me wonder.
Keep up. Rah! My tail's all messed up. Surrender! I hear everything. Behold! Ha! That's far enough. Ka! Ha! Ha! Ka! Cha! Futile!
Okay. Coming so close to death so often always makes me a wee bit nervous. Oh my god. Oh, now it lets us.
For you.
only area that we haven't excuse me, really checked. Over here.
Yeah.
Can't see?
Yeah. Right.
Let's nip that in the bud. And shroud.
Yeah.
Squall and Fury.
Bow your head. Can't see?
Positions. Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Nowhere to run.
The wind rises. Search for it.
Yeah.
Quit following me. Take it and have fun.
Okay, last one. Okay, so I was right with wanting to put them here. I just needed two. Right, and that should be 5 of 5.
Unnecessary.
The adaptal tree does still look the same pie.
Squall and Fury.
To be fair, it said it could be restored. Not that it would be instantly restored. You've returned all the colorful butterflies are up, the adaptal tree still looks the same. Who I thought was so kind human, so I never thought you'd actually be able to find all the colorful butterflies. I just said that on a whim. No, I meant I feel the adaptal energy. Stu, we just need to recite the formula that Harbod left us so we can revive the adaptal tree. Hold on. I'll go again. Born in winter, thriving and withering through time, but I yearn for spring when beauty is regained. Butterflies flutter, flitter. I don't remember context, but it ends with all being revived. Yeah, it's a lot more than the 5 butterflies. I find that hilarious that even though he didn't remember the entire thing, looks like it's on fire. Wow. So the Herald entrusted treat me. I couldn't stand to see it continue with. Thank you, kind humans. You remember the formula at all. That's what the small stuff. If you're interested, I can give you a back. Break off a branch and put it in a broken jar outside the abode, and the stone gate will open. That feels a little sacrilegious. At the same time, it feels sacrilegious in a what else can we do sort of way. Break a branch. Let me take a look around.
Ha! You even want this?
Huh? Fly, fly, butterflies. still slightly less sacrilegious.
One with the forest. Keep up.
Yeah. Rah. Yeah. Futile.
Behold!
Gah.
The wind rises.
Ha. Ha. Yeah. Cha.
To the west and behold the Genshin courtyard. Wait, what? The convoy. As the vivid butterflies convert on the dark.
Too slow. Huh. You even want this?
What feeling of me? Specialty. Life and listen greatly, then you knew someone behind. Trying to me, please. Oh, fair ping me with his mouth, but knowing that she's well, I agreed. Useful tomorrows. David Shep and memories from later, she's one who wants to do my business. Even though I was familiar, I'm not thirsty, but I'm trying to pay. My teeth off, nor fish see this. I jumping in joy otherwise. Then comes spring or autumn.
Quit following me. Too slow.
Do I? Do you know what I'm talking about? Not particularly. There's all along me right. Paint a few rather nice things in the corner of the fallow field if you noticed. Where are the objects? Of the matter yours to take near the corner of a flower field.
Too slow. Quit following me. Too slow.
Butter up. Just imagine it would be above.
Quit following me.
I'm not quite sure we want something there.
Too slow.
Sheep want to keep throwing the water into obey that medicine jar will be too small from the Genshin. It seems
slow. Too slow. Quit following me. Behold! Upon the gale. Too slow.
But I can talk about things with you. Not to touch the stone slate. The stone slate. Did I somehow Uno reverse myself into the right location? Have you waited for us all this time? No, after leaving Carp's Rest, I only appear in places in which my power remains, and only by the grace of your adept energy. Didn't the gap in the middle of the mirror originally have something that with the golden carp mural on it? I'm not sure, in truth, this is my first time seeing this mural as well. Huh? I'm sure you all heard that the battle took place in the past. Conrad and the Archon War. Yes, this cave was one of the shelters built for the inhabitants of Shenru Vale, such that the innocents caught in the crossfire. When the floods overturned the heavens and the earth split open, could have a place of safety. I didn't expect they'd draw a mirror here, though. I believe the ones that picked me, I mean, big slippery carp, little Mao mentioned, may be friend. Okay, so the most important part get taken somewhere else. It's true. Why is that? Perhaps dissatisfaction. The three of us were once great friends, with two of us becoming worshipped as adepti, and one of us was always the mountain's master. Later, they affected together, and she most likely died too, and perhaps one among us fought to the last, never submitted, and only heard news of it after. Perhaps to her, we're all traitors, with depictions of myself and her becoming an object for her to vent her fury against. In the case, the painting on that side looks like, who knows, in any case, it's all in the past. Please lend me your strength, nursing dream of back health. If you feel another golden carp. Linger where I used to. So there's another. To get to that one, I should have enough strength to perform the ritual. I apologize for being control the golden carp. And with you nearby, I know they've given you some trouble swimming through the air like that. That's fine. I just think of them like sealies. Like, really, where's the golden carp that should be here? Well, inside the painting. Use your adaptable energy to awaken it. Oh, shit. I'm worried about the word that's a book.
Quit following me. Some scoundrel tricked me into coming here to go to sleep. Teach you to listen for me. Jar. The round jar in front of good web.
can't see? Nowhere to run!
The wind rises. Too slow. You even want this? Behold!
How the hell did I go for whatever the hell this underground is to over there? Hmm. I guess not. I do have a lot of quests to do. Jump! Knock it off! The cat food. You have your own food, you big old dog. Big old dog. Big dog, small brain.
Too slow.
Hey, shoot! Knock it off! God damn it.
Squall and Fury.
Oh, there's Dragonspine Mountain. I'd say there's Fontaine, but maybe then that's where we take the little shiny stuff that we've been getting here, there, and everywhere. Hmm.
You even want this? Behold!
Oof.
Yeah. Rah.
I think we can forego the lost and found report.
Oh, that's where we're going. A lot of pretty and magical waterfalls here, there, and everywhere. Hmm. Yeah, freely move the jade hairpin. A jade hairpin. You play.
You even want this?
It's so hard to tell the difference between one that's just gonna go like whoop,
Squall and Fury.
and one that's just gonna be like, okay, we're off on a grand adventure. There's a pavilion here on the mountain. It's rather adept, I like. Paimon just where we'll find that golden carp. This place is kind of huge. Maybe we can do the last time, you know? The bit where you used depth energy on the mural and the carp turned out to be hiding inside. There's four heart says you think there might be four giant carps hiding inside? That does make sense. You're pretty smart, Lolo. Definitely reacting away? Not at all. But there seems to be something missing inside. Yeah, it looks like there's an orb inside some of the carp statues. Behind some statues, a large pearl on the way down the mountain. Actually used for something. A real pearl of wisdom. Let's give it a go then. Alright. That is exactly what we need to do. Which honestly, it's a pity that I can't eat these fish.
Too slow. Behold!
Is that just like a particularly difficult to find treasure? Treasure. No way from me so that I may be returned to my floating sword platform.
too slow. Take it and have fun. Quit following me.
I'll uproot you! Enshroud! Futile! Surrender!
Squall and fury. Surge forth.
Can't see? Nowhere to run!
Surge forth. Too slow. Unnecessary.
Painful easy, this one. Thankfully, at the very least, this one's up on the mountain. My apologies for the poor hospitality. It's been a long time since I last enjoyed tea with others. Hopefully, my brewing skills have not deteriorated too much over time. I mean, I have some experience in appreciating tea. It was also thanks to this that I was able to tell that this year's tea offering smelled off. That was how I was able to discover the trouble with the soil and water quality. Looks like it wasn't some sort of meaningless tradition after all. I suppose I can tell those who fail to appreciate the value of tea about its value with confidence. Come, Miss Irving, have some tea. Sure, why? It reminds me of Madame Ping's. Yeah, there's this time in Leeway Harbor when you fixed Madame P's teapot for her. If you think about it, you seem to have quite a connection with tea. Madame Ping. Ah, I know of whom you speak. We were acquainted back in the day along with her friends. Oh my gosh, we've been here for like 4 hours. Oh. So Lamau said, I was once just a giant carp, unable to leave fresh water for too long, nor live in salty waters. As such, they sent me to one of these teapots. The time my friends would have been able to take me inside my teapot. Of course, to go to the pains in Leeway Harbor to meet those lovely people they spoke of. Unfortunately, such a time never quite came. Miss Qiaoying, Paimon, you've been to Leeway Harbor. Could you tell me more about the city? I'd like to hear about it too. I've never been. Well, Paimon would like to start off from wandering restaurant. How about I handle the explanations this time? Sure, but don't you dare skip over any of the eating bits. It's a port city, built nestled among the mountains, you begin, if only for Funjin to interrupt you. Do you notice that you'd like to hear your Liyue story? You understand, then begin again. We arrived in Liyue Harbor. Paimon and I were just in time for the rite of dissension. The child in the depths before you listened to your words, and Paimon's incessant interjections, leaning forward as you speak, exclaiming in shock and relaxation at the tension in the tale's rise and falls. They also add their own commentary and questions about Liyue, such as the food and the flavors available at restaurants, the toys the old lady sells, the gems and the jewelry of Funyun Slope and such. As you watch Funjin, Little Mao, and Paimon be so moved by the tale, along this journey, we met many friends. and experienced so many things. It was all worth it. A sea monster, huh, Zerwing? Huh? Amazing. Liyue Harbor is not what I imagined. Do you find it disappointing? No, just different. Being different does not make it bad. I like Liyue Harbor. I like the Liyue Harbor you described. It's good to hear that It's good to hear that after all this time, a dear Herbo was able to find a home there. I think that's simply wonderful. What about you, little Mal? Could you tell me about you and your friend? I'm curious to know what she's like. Sure. I mean, Paimon and Zerwing have met her already, so it wouldn't be fair if I didn't tell you. So this is how we met. At the time, I was a little kid who didn't know anything about the mountains. It was nighttime and some wild beasts were following me through the forest. It was super scary. Finally, I was chased into a clearing and surrounded by those beasties. For a moment, I was convinced I was going to get eaten, but suddenly they all backed off into the woods, and then they were gone. When I looked back, there she was, looking at me. She was like Jade, but there was dignity to her. I knew it then that she was the master of the mountain that my grandparents had told me about. I wasn't scared. I just told her, I finally found you. I've been looking for you for so long. I don't know why, but she lowered her head in thought before walking off. She made no noise as she did so. I listened as hard as I could, but there were no sounds of anything stepping on branches or fallen leaves. After that, I would sometimes catch sight of her, moving between trees in a flash. Sometimes the rising moonlight would outline her shadow as she stood atop the high mountain. At that time, I thought it was strange. Why hadn't I seen her before? She was always there, after all. I wanted to talk to her, but she was always turn and leave. It was only later that she became willing to talk to me. Much later on, she would take me up very high mountains and into very deep forests. She asked me a lot of questions. In exchange, she told me lots of stories. In the beginning, Qiaoying village was nameless, barren mountains, and the rivers had a real temper. Sometimes they'd flood, and other times they would all but wither. And on that barren mountain, she made two friends, a fish and a snake. But later, the snake was cut to pieces, and the fish sank into the sea. And then only Bluey was left. Thank you, little Mal. Also, don't tell anyone about my friend, all right? Of course we won't. Seem quite familiar with this friend of little Mal's, Finjan. Indeed, but that was all in my past life. Many, many years have passed since. I could no longer move freely. I suspect I might not recognize her any longer, though from little Mal's words, she might not have changed too much. Past life? Perhaps that is not the most accurate way to phrase it. I did not utterly perish, but I did lose my original form, and my strength and wisdom dissipated along with the spirit veins. This is also why I invited you and Azorwing to Carp's Rest. If we were not there, I would not even have a form to show you, or a voice which to speak to you. It is thanks to you that I've been able to slowly regain my previous strength. Coming here, and once more seeing these scenes with my own eyes, meeting old friends from the past, and more importantly, making new friends. I'm very glad. How did you die, if you don't mind me asking? My memories have grown foggy. The Herb Lord and I were both servants of another god, and it was I that organized the rain Jade Bright, administering the rivers and mountains of our Lord. As for the other, she was as she is, a beast, wild and free. In those peaceful days, I also climbed the waterfalls to Mount Akan and Mount Hulo. And there I met the Adepti, whose powerful and wisdom far eclipsed mine. Of course, that was all before the war. Our Lord was not a heinous being by any means. Once upon a time, she made many dreams come true. If there was any evil, as it was in the Archon War itself, what happened next needs no further explanation on my part, I'm sure. Talked about how your Herb Lord defected. That's right. That might have been the bravest thing we've ever done. Our Lord had all but gone mad, seeking the position of a god who may rule this world, or perhaps seeking survival. Either way, she lacked the power to overcome Morax. So, in a final desperate gamble, she called the Wishing River to flood, hoping to destroy everything downstream. Of course, she knew what that would mean for Chenyu Valley and its people. Oh, but Paimon thinks it's something you should never do, period. Perhaps that's just what war does to people. Either way, that was our final adventure as a trio and of friends. Ling Jun attacked people with her familiars, herding them to the shelter we had prepared. Herblord fought against our mistress and while I climbed Mount Lingbing and hurled the blinking ring jade into the rising waters. Of course, that wasn't a proper ring jing, right? It was simply to the release of the adeptal energies stored within the jade pendant, to have the earth open its maw and swallow the rivers, and allowed for the jade mouth to grow and stabilize the flow. Oh, what happens next? Didn't Liu Mao tell you how it ended? Yeah, that's right. Wait, really? When? Alright, that's enough about the past. We should get back to performing the rite itself. True, but what about the golden carp? Isn't that what we're looking for? In truth, you already found it, as with the previous one. That's how I was able to appear before you. It's just as I've missed the scenery here a bit too much, so I couldn't help but have a long chat with you. After all, your sense of time and mine are not the same. You won't tarry long once your objective are complete, will you? As such, I apologize. Please forgive my capriciousness.
Huh. You even
Oh,
want
so you were
this?
inside the teapot.
Too slow. Huh. You even want this?
She has a story, a life, a memory. Goodness gracious. Maybe if it's darker. Hold on, achievements. Behold the ancient tree return to life. Well, while we're so high up, who knows? Oh, nothing. Truly terrible luck that time. Well, to be fair. middle quest. I've gotten 2 frozen. I do wish you could activate it while in the air.
You want to use my hat as an umbrella? Huh. The audacity to even make that request. Come on, you gotta be quicker than that. Quit following me. Too slow.
Power is still a far cry from how it was in the past. Thanks to your aid, I have regained much strength. Thank you. Next, we will perform the ceremony. What effects will it have? In thousands of years since we last performed it, our mountains and rivers and spirit veins have all changed a great deal. If all goes well, the votive rain Jade will resolve the issue. Well then, let's begin. It's like, what might be good for people, not necessarily. Still not enough? The fog's dissipating. Oh. Oh, what's that? What is that? Just like in the mural, do you remember, Paimon? The one with the 2 golden people and something in between them. I'm pretty impressed with him. I didn't remember that at all. Behold, the sacred mountain. In my air, to merely climb it was already to transgress, but the ancestral inhabitants of this place are gone, and the communing path lies waste and broken. Who shall judge us now? That is where the spirit veins of Chenyu Vale converge. Through it, I can transmit my depth energy through the veil, restoring its water and its soil. Are you prepared, Qiaoying? Let's do this. Indeed. become fish. Crazy beautiful view. Please come with me. Why'd you turn into a golden garb again? Whoa.
I'll bury you! Rah! Yeah! Futile! Keep up! I hear everything!
Not that one freaking stupid game.
Surrender! Behold! Enshroud! Let's nip that in the bud. Nope. Well,
Here!
Take it and have fun.
Yeah.
Fish, 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 fish. Celestia's lucky there's no way to there's no like mountain conveniently beside it, or that's not on top of some grand mountain. Would have been there yesteryear. Hmm? Good. I perceived it would be you, and I do miss you, but this really might be a bad time. Yes, his Bluey's name is Lingyun? Don't be like that. Speak with me. The opportunity to speak will come, but it is not now. You know this. I know this, but I cannot allow it. Wait just a while longer. It will end soon. I do not like the things up here, but it does not matter. Just leave it to me, Funjin. Do not come up here.
can't see? I hear everything!
Positions! Dance with the waves! Here!
Futile!
Quit following me.
Search forth!
These things are weird. Sometimes I forget I can't ping things. Thanks for the ride. Maybe this is where we turn into sparklies. Truly a kind fish if there ever was one. I'm quite sorry for not being completely frank with you earlier. Though I became aware of it during our travels, I did not wish to believe that my own Finn Languin would be the source of the storm that buffets Chenyu Vale. Actually had an inkling already. Hey, you did? When'd you figure it out? Herblord and I once defended Chenyu Vale together. To think that she would do something so wicked. Her disruption of the spirit veins has caused the miasma to propagate, and the one who stopped me to perform the rite the first time was also her. But Big Sis Fuyan, Lingyun isn't a bad person. I know, little Meow. She's your friend, but at this time she's the greatest threat to Chenyu Vale. If she controls the sacred mountain, she will wield the power to completely alter the land of Chenyu Vale in the blink of an eye. I fear that Lynn has always entered Chenyu Terrace before us. She means to rewrite the flow and path of the spirit veins. We have little time left. Zorwing, you have mastered the adeptal energy available here in Chenyu Vale. Linguin and her familiars will not be your match. Please accompany me and aid me for the sake of the people in Chenyu Vale. I will perform a ritual and open the way to Chenyu Terrace. Please stay by my side and protect me.
Keep up! And shroud! Rah!
With all my strength. Yeah.
Can't see? Rah! Squall and Fury! Shroud! Let's nip that in the... my tail's all messed up. Rah! Yeah.
Here.
Behold! You're dead! Search for it! Rah! Can't see?
Positions.
Nowhere to run! Yeah. Oh, one thing after another. The wind rises.
Won't you listen to me? Will you not wait? Your strength is feeble. You cannot match me. Do not worry. You will soon recover. Linguin and no more. Zoro and I will stop you. Stop this. Plan to destroy Chenyu Vale. The ritual is complete. The gate to Chenyu Terrace is now open. Your world seems to spin for a moment. When you open your eyes once more, you are already above the clouds. Loki, I wonder if we can see the Adepto, whatever. The floating island. Actually, I always have these. I have so many things. Not quite what I was looking for.
I hear everything.
Futile!
Know your place.
This dance is for you. Here.
And Shroud. Let's nip that in the bud.
Surrender!
Behold. One with the forest. I hear everything.
Futile!
And Shroud. Let's nip that in the bud.
Surrender!
One with the forest.
Nowhere to run!
And Shroud. Keep up.
Once you know the truth,
Can't see?
no matter.
With all my strength.
The wind rises.
You dare to gaze upon me? Futile!
Here. Dance with the waves.
And Shroud. I hear everything. One with the forest.
Positions.
Not much longer. God damn it. It always takes me a moment to realize what's going on.
Surrender!
Squall and Fury.
Yun. Human, let me tell you what you shall do. Fire arrows at my heart. If you approach up close, strike me with your sword. I will fight you to the last. You're the only one here who can fight. When I've crushed your neck, I will triumph. No! I don't intend to kill you. Why? I do not understand. You're Fujin's friend. Fine. You may ask me one question. You still really care about doing things like that, even though you lost? Then let us exchange questions. Little Mao, do you have any questions? Louie, why did you have to fight? Can't we all be friends? You, a bunch of two-legged, and you, Finjin, who have not the strength to form two legs of your own, yet you wish to walk in their form and speak to me. But how can humans and wild beasts ever be friends? That's not true, Bluey. You're lying. If that's the case, why didn't you just let those beasts eat me back then? If humans and beasts can't be friends and you're a beast, you shouldn't have helped me. My actions are sometimes beyond even my own understanding. You were merely fortunate. Well, why didn't you just eat Mountain as well? She almost bumped into you while lost in the fog at the foot of the mountain. I saw it. You humans possess such wisdom that even nature submits to your will. In that case, you tell me, why didn't I eat her? Eh? What kind of question is that? Mount Lixen is dear to Adeptus Fijian. Let us just assume that you're correct. She's told me what's much about the rain Jade right. Perhaps those memories affected my actions. He actually remembered everything I told you. Every year before the rite, you would tell me and White Snake how expectant you were and how nervous. And after the rite, you would tell us how the festivities was so fun and lively. You would always speak, and I could not help but listen. Only humans forget. I forget nothing. You have cleared this doubt of mine. Now you may ask a question. Well, Adeptus Fujin, have you any questions? Thank you, Zorwing. Just a while back, Lingwen, I was telling him stories about our past. Why did you wish to wreck Chenyu Vale, which we once fought so hard to protect? You planted tea trees, promising to enjoy tea with us. This too I remember, but that sort of tea no longer exists. I want to change the land. I want to make it was. I want to make it like it was all those millennia ago. You have walked with humans for too long. You have forgotten that you, I, and the snake all come from nature. I knew that you never truly perished and did not depart this place like the snake. So I wish to change this place to the form it had when you were born. All these years I have slowly been adjusting the spirit veins. Oh, I get it. So that's where the miasma came from. Correct. Side effects. In the end, the process would change the soil, the waters, and the forest to what they should have been. What the soil, waters, and forest should have been. You truly have forgotten the past. The rivers rose and fell with rains, and their path was not fixed. The tea trees and flowers were not trimmed or cultivated, nor did they exist for humanity. In such an environment, you would regain your old form and frolic once more in the great rivers. You would regain your strength. Spiritual power blanketed the lands in those days. The wild shrubs grew thick. Now the mountains and forests are silent. The shimmering voice of spring waters, tinkling like jade, can no longer be heard. But you don't understand. You still think you must stop me. Lingwen, I count myself more blessed than most to have lived such a happy life. And in the end, my soul returned to my home. You are the one who does not understand. And I've never understood. After you defeated me, you should have taken my territory. You planted tea on my mountains and gave that land to the humans. I do not understand why you did this. Jane Vale was once but a nameless land, and we were nameless insects, beasts, and fish. I was the master of an uncultivated mountain, and today that place belongs to neither of us. You took human form and walked among them. You insinuated the rain Jane right, and helped them change the soil and water. I did not understand then either, but I could see how happy you were. The snake changed into a human form and used her knowledge to create medicines and save the sick. I could not understand how the agile human fingers could help her do what she wished, but I do not know why it was done. What happened after caused me still more confusion. You fought alongside humans and their so-called gods, and you perished. Humans fighting each other over territory and survival. Now that I can understand. You both belong to the great rivers and mountain forest. You could have chosen to leave them and live with me. Let that which is human belong to them, and nature belong to nature. Even if our territory were to shrink, we could still live freely. But now you wish to stop me and defend this land subdued by humanity. Answer me. Why? Linguin, my friend, it is as you say. I do wish to protect them. Do not answer me with my own question. I was asking you why. Linguin might be a beast, but she cares about the order of things, huh? I know. That's how I learned so much from him. You guys were just discussing stuff in the mountains? Well, not totally. That said, after hearing everything Blue said about Big Sis Fujin, I felt they'd be happy to meet each other. At first, I was like you. I did not understand humanity, and I did not enjoy their excessive demands and love of hoarding, or their eternal desire to have more than they need while caring so little for the needy themselves. Trading wealth like you do, I did not understand these concepts. I did not understand why they influence human joy and sorrow. But across the long years, I have also seen many other things. The cries of children break my heart, and the sound of an old person's shattered memories saddens me, just as though it was all a micro, microcosm of these mountains and reservoirs. Have you noticed them? Seen them? The children who wash their little feet in the streams, fishermen laughing beneath the light of a rainbow's arc, the moonlight's tryst of lovebirds, their figures painted silver. Humans, too, are creatures of this land. Just how different is their innocence from ours? You mean to say that you have chosen to take their side due to these emotions, and not through the natural principles or logic, and not due to anyone's orders? I suspect that the Herb Lord had much the same reasons as I. That said, I'm sure she'd put it all very differently. I remain unsatisfied with your answer. Funjin, I do not understand. Do you not? I think you've understood for a long time. When our Lord, when our previous god raised the waters, it was you who brought your familiars around to attack the people and drive them to the shelters we had created. I just I just wish to help my friends to make their wishes reality. Even if doing so means going against nature and the principles you follow. Even if it meant going against nature's and the principles I follow, I would do so anyway. Well, then we aren't that different now, are we? Didn't you also choose your own position on account of your feelings? I am satisfied with your answer, Funjin. Now, you may ask a question. Very well. May I ask the next question, Qiaoying, Paimon? Ask away. Paimon can't really think of any good questions at the moment. Since you've got one, go right ahead. You acknowledge my answer, acknowledge me, and acknowledge that you've made choices based on your own feelings. Now let me ask you. No, don't ask. You know what I'm going to ask you, right? If I needed your help, would you still make the same choice? That's right. And what's your answer? Yes, I would. Even should another 1,000 years pass, and even if you asked me 1,000 times more, my answer would be the same. In that case, Linguin, I do in fact need your help. I truly wish to save the people of Chenyu Vale, so please, don't stop me from nursing the water and soil, alright? I promise you, Funjin. You have walked with humans for much time, and have learned their cunning, while I am but a foolish beast. My claws and teeth are sharp, but I am no match for you. Thank you, Linjin. And thank you, Azorowing, Paimon, and Little Mao. You've accompanied me for so long. You've helped me a lot. I wouldn't have made it here without you. I'm happy to have helped you, big sis. I'm glad that Bluey got to meet you all too. I was so worried when you fought. You also have my thanks, Azorwing, Little Mao. It was you who brought Funjin to me, and the circumstances of the meeting. though the circumstances of the meeting were not what I hoped for. What about Paimon? All right, then. Let us begin. Yes. Challenging a domain. Define travelers alongside. Strength in numbers may help you conquer even the most unconquerable domains. No domain is unconquerable except for the abyss. The spiral abyss, to be precise. Mm-hmm. Big sis, Funjin? Big sis, where did you go? Do you still not understand? She used all the energy she accumulated recently to nurse the land. Why, if that's the case, does that mean... Yes, it is as you suspect. But she struggled so hard to... We have now finished nursing the soil and water. The miasma that remains will not disappear immediately, so you'll have to be careful out there. Eh? Sorry for making you all see me like this. Just as Lingen said, I have completely used up the energy I've accumulated recently. I can no longer maintain my favored form. Oh, Paimon thought that. What's wrong? Nothing. Paimon's glad you're still here. Adeptus Fusion? Seriously, Li Jun. What about me? She wasn't entirely wrong, Paimon. As long as you're still here, Adeptus Funjin. Though my form is as it has become, I am far more comfortable than before. At first I was trapped at Carp's Rest, and could only reminisce about the outside world through the scent of tea offerings. If I had met you in Paimon, if I had not met you in Paimon, people of such compatibility with the spirit veins, I would have none but my shadow to talk to, much less be able to leave Carp's Rest. Thank you for your concern, but please forgive me. I must depart now. I'll need a bit of rest. And another thing, Lingjun, speak. What else would you have me do or not do? Nothing. I just didn't get to say this due to the circumstances that prevailed before, but it's so good to see you again. I know. Oh my god. Thank you all. Where did that one come from? I should thank you for bringing her back, safe, smooth, and slippery, even if the way her fins move is the same as I remember. You sure have a strange way of remembering people, or fish, or whichever. I do not know how you did it, nor why you were able to obtain her adeptal energy all these thousands of years, and I never once heard her voice. Might be due to Zorwing's unique constitution? I see. However, I'm but a foolish beast. Even if I wanted to see her again, I would not know of a better way. I could only spend thousands of years clumsily imitating her methods, regulating the spirit veins in this land. I'm quite stupid, and I only know this method. And so I did it. It was akin to scooping every droplet from a rushing river, or every grain of sand from the vast desert. I knew as well that she would not smile as she once did, even if these mountains returned to how they once were. She and I, and the snake, once laughed and swam happily here. Those days will never come again. She loves humanity too much, even more than she loves herself. Had I succeeded, she would only hate me. But that would not matter to me, so as long as she could regain her form and swim free once more. Paimon thought you were more concerned about nature. Of course I care. A land untamed by humans. A land of wild beasts. But that is a different subject from the matter of Funjin. If she thinks that a land tamed by humans is better, and that the strange tea leaves have grown such a land tastes superior, then I should do what pleases her. So thank you. You're welcome. Speaking of that, Paimon's curious. What did the tea leaves taste like in the past? When the land changed before, the tea leaves' flavor was much closer to what it was in the past, apart from some differences due to some human influence. Wait, seeming that the weirdly flavored tea cakes we had were, in that case, I can refer the current flavor profile. Tea leaves cultivated by humanity will be once more to their liking. Of course, what I do not understand is Funjin's tastes. If the snake were here, we could ask for her opinion. Perhaps her taste would have also become strange from spending so much time with humans. Before you go, Azorwing, I have one final question for you. Those that come from nature will, for some reason, go against nature, against the laws nature originally followed. Will humans also go against humanity, against the principles they innately followed for certain reasons? Depends on the circumstances. You may have well just said yes. Thank you. I have received the answer I desired. Well then, little Mao, Azorwing, and Paimon, we shall meet again. Alright then, see you later, Bluey. Also, remember to take care of Big Sis Funjin. She seems kinda weak right now, so she could use some extra care. I will. Farewell. Please wait, Lingjin. I have a question for you as well. Then ask, how do you owe you that? If humans' activities are part of the law of nature, how would you view humanity? A strange question. In the distant past, they were indeed part of nature, but they are so no longer. That is because... No, I need to give this question more thought. Next time we meet, I will give you my answer. Humans are animals
Quit following me.
of a kind. Go back to town to see how the leaves are. Oh, yes, I was like, oh no, it's 3 hours and now it's almost 5. It's been almost 2 hours. Where did the time go? I blinked and it's been 2 hours almost. But that is a thought. If things change with time, do you accept the change or do you dare resist it? You're back. You're just saying that good rainfall bound to bring good tidings. What do you know, dear guest? You've arrived right on time. How'd it go? Well, I trust. Tell us all about it. Never peculiar, the source of the anomalies. Explain what happened to Grandpa Lou and Uncle Lou. So you met the legendary Carpodeptus. Oh my, as one would expect of the young miss of the fine comic skill. You really have friends in high places. Now your water and soil problem should be no piece of cake. I don't know what I say. Told you it was a soil problem, but you wouldn't listen. And for them, who knows when our tea leaf problem would be solved. Regardless, thank you both for your help, honored guests. Just had to give it to the old man. With your help, the protection of Carpodeptus and the protection of the Carpodeptus, I'm sure our village will Surely see a great harvest of tea leaves this coming year. Ah, yes, please take these as a token of our thanks. Right, Paimon almost forgot to ask. I missed this kid during adventures. Is he from the village too? Uncle Lo, I'm back! Dude! Is that you, little Mao? Finally, to mind have come back, huh? Yeah, you don't seem worried at all. What's there to fret about? This kid runs around the mountains all the time, and he always comes back safe after getting tired. If you ask me, there's been an Adeptus looking after him in secret all along. Maybe that might even been Sensei Carpadeptus. I said it before, it wasn't Adeptus, it was Bluey. All right, little Mal, don't argue with Lou here. He's just pretending to know what he's talking about. Come by my place later. I'll make you some egg custard. Egg custard! Humph, now you pretend to be a good person? Wait, what do you mean pretending to know? In case I don't really know how to pay dear guest, you should need any help in the future. Queen Village will be there to lend you an aid hand. Lend you a hand.
Besides, I already sold plenty of tea this month.
You're calling me. He and I just will she
Behold!
There's always some fool trying to mess with me.
Huh. Anywho, darlings, at that, I do believe
The wind rises.
we've come to the end quite well. How things change. Until next time, darlings. Bye.